That's a surprise. Does that mean notifications actually happened? Hello, my friends. Let me move that out of the way. Move that over. Maybe get a little bit closer. Or maybe not. There's a hollow in the bed. It doesn't like me to be too far to the edge. It likes to dump me back into the middle. Let's bring chat back up. Okay, folks. We have Rich. I thought there was someone else. No? Okay. How are we doing, folks? Hello, hello. We'll just give it a couple of minutes for people to... Oh, I've got to watch this... gotta watch this light. It does like to attack me, doesn't it? It does like to attack me, as Farmer likes to note. Oh, glasses, glasses, glasses. I got the lid off the coffee because I've only just made it. Okay, people. Welcome to TrampCast Hangout number 12, I think. We will count Friday's stream as 11.5 because it was a TrampCast special, really, although it did devolve into a hangout. And that's okay. That's okay. Itchy nose. Oh, yeah. I took the beard off. David FB, a recent subscriber, a Spaniard or a Brit who's moved to Spain? Is it David rather than David, maybe? Hello, hello. Everybody's welcome. Cheds. Cheds, you've got a real name, yeah? Remind me. I'll write these things down one day so that I remember them. Scrolling, scrolling. Okay. Paul. I will remember eventually, my friend. I will remember. I've got a notebook somewhere. When I go through tomorrow. Born in Spain. Saragossa. Oh, I never know when to do the th. So you'd be more of a David than a David, I'm guessing. Okay. Nice to have more. You said a recent subscriber, yeah? Nice. Always nice to pick up new subscribers. Have you watched a Hangout before, or is this a first? I did a program earlier and I had a full beard, and it was annoying me that every time I took a drink of coffee, it was hanging on the beard and running down and dripping down. So I took the garden. I took the hedge trimmers to the face. First live stream. Oh wow. Okay, well welcome, my friend. Okay. Who's brought topics with them ready to talk about? Because I've got very little. First live stream. Yeah, that's nice. Cheds is Paul. I've got to try and remember that because I'm terrible with names. I'm even worse in real life, folks, with people. When you come and meet me, if ever you come and meet me, I won't be able to recognize you the second time we meet, or the third. It takes 4 or 5 times before I know who's who. Terrible with names and faces. Absolutely terrible. Nice dog I have. She's indeed female, yeah. And with that in mind, we just had a little fallout. We just had a little bit of a falling out, and there she is. Hey, Tina. Hey. There's my girl. Hey, babe. Are we friends again? I needed to do something, and I needed to be discreet, and I told her to stay in the tent and be quiet. And as soon as I went out of the door, she was at the door. So I'd just gone to the trouble of putting her up on the bed. She struggles to get up onto here. So I put her on the bed. I went out I needed to fetch some coffee in, but I needed to do something else outside. And I wanted some peace and quiet. I didn't want her attracting lots of attention this way. And within seconds, she's at the door, and she's just barking once a second, every second, until I came back. So we just had a little disagreement, didn't we? So I punished her by making her stay out of the bedroom. And I've just let her back into the bedroom and on the bed just before we went live. Paul's the same with names. He's no good with them. Okay. Sativa Breeder. Good evening. Good evening. Yeah, my female, my Tina doggy darling. Hey, Tina. I don't think Tina's a name that you really have in Spain. When I say it to people, they always assume China, as in China. But that could just be me with my bad pronunciation of names and speaking generally. Hey, girl. Tina. So, yeah. Mountain View's back again. You arrived just at the end last time, didn't you? Just at the end of the live stream earlier today. So for anybody who doesn't know, and we do have new people here, there are 3 kinds of live stream that I do. There is a normal, what I called TrampCast originally, and that's where I detail what happened in my week. I am a few weeks behind, but we are going to catch up this week, hopefully. Then we have TrampCast Specials, which I have a kind of a prepared topic in mind, and we try and stick to that topic and maybe a few things around that topic, but the discussion stays mainly on that topic. And then we have these. This is a TrampCast Hangout. This is just me and you guys, and the conversation goes where it goes. Where it goes, nobody knows. If you watch the 7-hour TrampCast special from Friday night, I think it was Friday, it started off talking about my 2 years on YouTube and my 2 years as a homeless guy doing YouTube. But after a couple of hours, it did kind of just devolve more into just a more random conversation with the guys that were hanging out still at the end. There's a good bunch here. So thank you for being here, fellas and ladies, if there are any. Sometimes there are. It's not a sausage fest. It's not men only. Thumbs up if you would. Subscribe if you haven't. If there's anybody lurking in chat, I think, did I make it subscriber only? I toyed with it. I'm not sure if I left it subscriber only or not. Possibly not. Maybe I wanted it to be more open because I changed the thumbnail to be more invitational, to invite people in. So you might not have to be a subscriber to be here and to take part in chat. But if you are just lurking, if you are just sat there, please say hello, introduce yourself, tell me what country you're in, maybe what town, how's the weather where you are. Here it's lovely and warm still, hence the sleeveless t-shirt or vest, or I believe in some parts of the world it's called a wife beater. Not sure. Because vest means something else in America, doesn't it? You use vest to mean waistcoat, or what we would call a waistcoat, part of a 3-piece suit. So yeah. Weather's crap in the north of the UK. How bad? Is it wet or just cold or what? Clear and sunny in Scotland, eh? Oh, sunny through the day, sunny evening. It's dark now, no? I would imagine. The weather here, it's been a sunny, warm day. Obviously dark now, but it's been a good one. It's been warm, too warm at times, much too warm. Hence, I've been using the fan. Still light. Okay, you're that far north. Okay. Still light. Warm and muggy in Antiquera. Yeah, we remind me. And I mean, to me it sounds Greek, but you're going to tell me it's in Spain, and you'll have to remind me north, south, east, or west. I'm bad at the geography. Windy where Paul is. Sheds. Mainly cloudy, on and off rain. Oh no. Just typical British weather then, yeah. Like the other 300 days of the year when it's like that. Fair enough. Oh, I'm missing a message. North of Malaga. Okay, I got you. a friend of mine stopped off. I've talked about him before, Joby. Joby used to live in this field with me for 3 months when he first arrived in the country just over a year ago, in the February, I think at the beginning of February, just over a year ago. And he moved to the south of Torrevieja. I can never remember the name of those places down there, but he wasn't too far away. And then he's been off on a journey all around the south of Spain, past Gibraltar, and then on the way back up. And then he cut back across country to Cartagena, and then he's come up from Cartagena back back to just south of Torrevieja there. Like I said, never remember the name of those places. Northumberland always the same, I guess. But then you guys do go to football matches with no shirt on, even in the middle of December and January. I've seen you. Rob B, I didn't see any top tunes this week. Is that just YouTube not pushing them my way? Or did you take a break? Okay, there's nothing wrong with asking questions, David. I'm going to say David unless you correct me. David. You're curious how I cash out PayPal. Do you hold a bank account? I know how hostile banks can be. I don't have a bank account here, no. I send the PayPal money to a friend of mine called Karen, and she opened me a UK post office account and a card that does like 28 different currencies. I think it maintains separate balances in each currency. She puts the euros on there for me, and then I can do the tippy tappy, like the tap and go, the pay and go. I did recently break that card, so what we've done as a temporary measure is we've reverted what we used to do. I sent her the PayPal money plus a little bit extra, like 10% extra, and to cover. There are PayPal fees, there are conversion fees, or you get ripped off on the conversion, and then she's got fees her end with her UK bank. But then she gets the money, puts it in my post office account, and that's what we do not ordinarily. But what we're doing now is she got the money out of the bank here, out of a cash machine, and gave me some notes to hold on to while she's back in the UK getting me a new card. That's what we used to do. I used to have some other people that would convert the PayPal cash for me, but they're no longer available to me. So yeah, but that's what we do. That's I send it to somebody else, and they either give me the cash or put it on my prepaid debit card. Paul, they're hard as nails. That's why the Geordies all go to the football matches with no. You'll argue that you're not Geordies, won't you? That's a specific area, but I view that whole area, Sunderland, County Durham, Newcastle. It's all you're all Geordies to me. Possibly, Robbie, possibly being suppressed by YouTube. You did put some music out, yeah. Okay. What are you having for beer tonight? What do I do with it? Oh, they're under the light. I'm on coffee for now. I've just made 2 cups of coffee. I'll probably do what I did the other night and alternate. I don't want to sit here drinking coffee for 3 or 4 hours and then start opening beer at 2 in the morning or something. I've got, if I can just move this without affecting the light too much, and without having the light jump at me and attack me. I've got Emmed Brow again. Although it'll be backwards for you guys. Emmed Brow, EMDBRA with the umlauts. You. It's just whatever they sell here in the nearest shop. There's only one shop I can get to. So unless somebody else brings me beer, it's always Emmed Brow. Paul's on Stella. Reassuringly expensive. You must have money. Is that only Stella Artois? That was the advert for Stella Artois, wasn't it? It's okay, Tina. It's okay, babe. There's an explosion. There's fireworks in the distance. It's okay, babe. It's okay. It's okay. You can always come here to me, look. Hey? You can always come for cuddles this way. You don't have to run away that way. She doesn't like the explosions. Cup of tea. That's the wrong kind of herb, isn't it? Kind of John Smith's earlier, wow. I don't think I've seen John Smith's over here. £14 for 18 cans. You view that as cheap? I buy 12 cans of beer here for, well, if I could get to the supermarket, it would be $3.60 for 12 cans. 30 cents a can. I'm currently paying nearly a fiver, $4.95. I don't know how that works out. I don't think it does. In fact, it almost certainly doesn't, does it? $4.95 doesn't divide by 12. No. He decided it was a fiver and he just knocked 5 cents off just to make giving change easier. It's what I would suggest he did. She knows. I don't know. 4.6. This, it's either 5 or 4.8 usually, I think. Most of the beers here. Oh, I tell a lie. This one's 4.5. 4.5. Most of them are 5. Sometimes higher. But I can only buy what I can buy. Is that because you've got a lot of Brits down there? Have you got a real name, Sativa Breeder? I might have asked before. I can carry on just calling you Sativa Breeder if you prefer, but a name's always nice to have. Martin, hello Martin. Or hello again, Martin. I'm sure you did tell me last time. So is the availability of John Smith's, is this because of the number of Brits down that way? I mean, we did have quite a few Brits around here before Brexit. There's quite a lot headed home the last few years, the last couple of years especially. Even people that had, there's a couple I know that had a 5-year visa, and they've been pressured to, I think they were getting some kind of pressure to leave. Time was up kind of thing. David, hello. Soon be summer. Yeah. We Brits would consider it summer anyway. Once you hit June, definitely. But like places like the water park and what have you here, I don't think they open until July. They don't consider June to be summer. Really, they're waiting for August, and they might open a couple of weeks before August. Yeah, it's funny how the Spanish don't view June as being particularly warm and summery. It's interesting. Different cultures. I guess they're just used to the heat. Yeah. Any other questions, topics? I haven't got much lined up for tonight. I've got a couple of tech topics and a bit of science, but nothing much. 20 degrees. Super day. Really, 20 degrees. I don't know what it was here. I haven't seen a weather forecast today, I don't think. And I don't think I'll get one if I scroll here. No weather forecast in the top couple of notifications. I don't know how hot it was. Too warm. I had the fan on and off in the afternoon. Don't get many good summers. Probably not good winters either. Like when I was a lad and we used to get all the snow, and you don't You don't get the same snow in the UK that you used to. I think we had this conversation about the 70s. 30 degrees in Antiquera? Antiquera. Kera. Antiquera. 30. We didn't get that warm here, I wouldn't have thought. Maybe mid-20s. Feels to me like it's still 20 or above, but someone would have to check the Torrevieja weather forecast. Peaks of 45 in the summer. Wow. My tent hits 50, but that's inside a tent. Oh, it's jumped back. Where are we? Okay. Paul prefers not having snow in winter, apparently. I mean, as kids, we loved snow. I know that it's like dangerous for older folk and what have you. But I still always enjoy snow for the first 2 or 3 days when it's on the ground. I just try to remember when that last was. Somewhere around 2008 in Lancaster, we had snow on the ground for about a week. Only about this much. And it caused chaos because they didn't have any grit on hand. No salt or grit. And Lancaster's got a couple of big hills going off up the side. The Mediterranean being a closed sea. Yeah, it's not very tidal, is it? Slightly. We get a little bit here, but not much. It's not like back in Morecambe or Cleethorpes where the sea goes out a couple of miles and then comes back in. Yeah, same Torrevieja. It snowed once in 100 years, and it was when was it? 8 or 9 years ago. I was on Avenida de la Mancha, so 7.5, 8 years ago, whenever that would be. Yeah, but yeah, Morecambe and Lancaster doesn't get much in the way of snow back in the UK. They're surrounded by hills on 3 sides, and the sea on the other. So it tends any precipitation falls as the air rises over the hills coming towards them. So you don't. It's already lost the moisture before it gets there. Then you've got the salt air from the sea. I guess it's its own microclimate, really. All the way around from Barrow-in-Furness, and then around to Morecambe and Lancaster's a little bit inland, but not much. A couple of miles. So yeah. Car coming past. A little swig of coffee again. I think I feel like I'm rushing the coffee down to get to the beer. I don't know. I think on Friday I was 2 hours in, and I still had half a cup of coffee, and I put it to one side so that I could get to the beer. But that was a couple of hours. That was 2 hours, not how long we've been going. 25 minutes, 24 minutes. Was I late? Was I late getting started? I didn't think I was. I thought I was here on time. Who knows? Spark a can open. Could do. Been really warm in Glasgow last few weeks. Rain today, says Rob B. Really? Who else is Glasgow? Jack Attack when he's here. He's Glasgow, isn't he? Jack Attack's Glasgow. And Big Clive when he's in Scotland, he's Glasgow. If I reach for a can, I am balancing that light on the one other can. I will set the coffee. I haven't finished the coffee, but I will just set it back. And my beer's not cold either. That's a little bit. Oh, splash the screen. Cheers, folks. Cheers to everyone who's here. Thank you for attending. If you haven't hit the like button, you might like to consider it. If you're not subscribed, don't. Unless you've seen 3 or 4 videos already and you know that you might like to see some more. Not pressuring people to subscribe. Only if you've seen 3 or 4 videos and you think you might want to see some more, then consider it. It's not compulsory. Oh, look at this. Clean t-shirt tonight and already dripped something down it. Hopefully it's just the beer, because that won't stain. If it's coffee... I wore one t-shirt, folks. I wore a black thermal t-shirt all winter. Rinsed it out about 3, maybe 4 times over maybe 6 months. Then I wore another t-shirt. I've worn 2 t-shirts, I think, after that, and I've ruined them both by walking into tree branches and getting caught on branches in the field. I don't know. What's that say? See if I can make the arrow disappear. Used to love working in Glasgow. Was in the Iron Horse for a beer before work. A beer before work. Is this a night time? You work nights or late or something? Or or is this like what do you call the? Oh, I can't remember the. I've been out of the country so long. Chain of pubs, really cheap. Do food and what have you, but it's very. Oh, opened at 8 a.m. for a beer. Excellent. That's just like. Come on, work with me. Weatherspoons, thank you, Rich. Yeah. Weatherspoons, that's the word I was looking for. I got to admit, I used to go for breakfasts here at like 10 in the morning, and I'd have a full English and a cup of coffee, and by 11 o'clock, maybe a cheeky little half, a cheeky little canya. And somewhere between 11:30 and 12, maybe a tanky, maybe a pint. Yeah. But at that point, I had money in the bank, and I saw myself as kind of semi-retired. I wasn't homeless. How things change. Had to buy a roll to get a pint. Yeah, you got to be. You got to be having a meal or some food at least. Scotch egg or something. Wasn't that a big thing during the virus of unspecified origin? Once they opened the pubs back up, you had to be having a meal, and the definition of a meal was always up for grabs. Does a sandwich count? Does a Scotch egg count? How about a pickled egg? A roll is a sandwich with a bread roll with filling, like a burger, but not with meat. Oh, well, not necessarily with meat. Oh, I'm gonna end up pushing. Oh. Sorry, folks. Trying to adjust myself, keep myself propped up with blankets and pillows behind my back. I woke up this morning with the most horrendous backache. Somehow, all of my quilts and blankets and things have slid off the bottom of the bed. And I was laying with the top of a couple of blankets under the middle of my back, just on top of the bed, not in the bed, but the duvet or quilt as I would call it usually. Just I had a heavy line across my across the middle of my back, and the most horrendous backache from it, which seems to be an ever-present at the minute. I don't go more than 2 or 3 days without having some form of bloody backache, usually from the injury. God, it must be a couple of months ago now, mustn't it? Maybe 3. But I just keep aggravating it with some movement or other. I did it last Sunday. Sat in the chair and I went to look out of the window behind me. I went like that and caught my back. Okay, I see we've got new arrivals. Are we interested passers-by, or are we experienced hands? Feel free to introduce yourself in chat, folks. If you're new here, let us know. If you've got a strange handle, a strange username, maybe drop your real name, the town, and maybe the country that you're in if you're somewhere exotic. Tell us about the weather where you are. Just introduce yourself and say hi. We don't bite. Not unless you ask really nicely. Thumbs ups are always appreciated. No pressure to subscribe. If you've seen 3 or 4 of my videos, then you might like to consider it, but please wait until you have seen 3 or 4 of my videos. Don't just subscribe just because I say so. Apparently, it's bad for a YouTuber if he has lots of people who subscribe who then never watch the videos. There are about 10 people here at the moment. Yeah, the app. We talk about how bad the YouTube app is. We talk about how bad the YouTube app is. It's supposed to be updated frequently, but yeah, it says 10 here. I've got 10 people here and 8 thumbs up at the minute. No pressure, folks, but do consider it. Says 2. Yeah, it's a bad app. I make videos to give to the YouTube staff to show them where the software is wrong or where it's bad. As far as I can tell, the Android app is a low priority, and in particular the live stream kind of side of things, which is why things like Twitch and Kick and Rumble are starting to make inroads, in particular on the live streams. Although Twitch, from a business point of view, is doing itself no favors by backing certain controversial streamers who are scaring away the advertisers, apparently. I'm not going to get into politics, but there are 1 or 2 big streamers who are particularly left-wing and who seem to be pro-terrorist, who have had extreme backing from the Twitch higher-ups, not getting banned when they clearly broke the terms of service. And this is causing what has been called an adpocalypse, where all the advertisers leave a platform and there's no money. There's no money in the system to pay the streamers, and there's no profit for the company, for Twitch themselves. The terrorists are our government. Like I said, I don't want to touch too much on politics, just touching it in outline. The UK government are making some wacky decisions in some areas. I watched a video today where somebody jumped off, I think it was London Bridge, into the sea, into the Thames, and swam across, and a policeman jumped in after him. And when the guy came up and out of the water, basically when the policeman came chasing after, the people were all giving the policeman the wrong directions. He went that way, mate. He went that way. He went that way. Well, the guy had gone that way. And basically the police have lost all respect of the populace. Time was that someone would have grabbed the guy that was running from the police. Now they were more or less cheering him on and trying to block the policeman, give him misinformation. because people are getting arrested over social media posts. You express an opinion that someone doesn't like, and you've got 6 cops raiding your house with a search warrant and turning your house upside down. Did I say I wasn't going to go off on politics? I don't think that really is politics. We should all be able to agree that expressing an opinion online, as long as you're not instigating violence or threatening terrorism, you shouldn't be getting your house searched and having 6 police turn up and getting dragged off to a police station 20 miles from home and getting released at midnight 20 miles from home with no money on you because you got snatched from your house. Ugh. Politics. There's nothing wrong with being a lefty, but it's the extreme. It's the extremes. Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky. You've got the centre, and you should, being left of centre, right of centre should. But the thing is, you get called extreme right. You get called far right for having a fairly milquetoast, moderate right opinion. Anyway, we're not going off. We're not going off in that direction too much. No, it's not. Yeah, exactly. I'm right. Here's the thing, folks. Here's the thing. I'm left wing. Really? If you know anything about British politics, Arthur Scargill, miners' strike, 1980s, hating Margaret Thatcher, I'm left of centre. But the whole thing's moved so far fucking left, I'm now classed as right wing. I'm pro the NHS. I'm pro social security and pensions and state help for people who need help. Look at me. I'm a classic example of someone who needs help. Not getting any. I'm left wing, really. But by modern standards, the whole, what they call the Overton window, don't they? Everything's lurched left, leaving me right of centre. I haven't moved, I haven't changed. The rest of politics has changed. Or appeared. Here's the thing. Okay. Don't let me go too far off on this one. Left-wing media was being paid by government to be left-wing and to give the appearance that more and more people are left-wing, more people than actually were. Possibly, probably. And once that funding was turned off, some of these news outfits are closing down, or closing down whole wings of their businesses. I've gone off on politics, I don't want to do it. Left and right need to agree that if you're left wing, you need to agree that someone can be right of centre without them being a Nazi. The thing is that the left, the extreme left, call everybody who's not extreme left a Nazi. J.K. Rowling is about as left-wing as you can get, apart from on one issue. So now she's a Nazi. It's kind of, she is, to me, she's fairly extreme left. She's fairly severely left. But she has one issue she disagrees with with the extreme left on, and so she's now a Nazi. Okay, I'm going to take a breath and relax because I don't want to go off on. I'm not going to go off too far that way, but yeah, I think you mentioned that, Paul, the mine workers union president after Scargill. Yeah, no one left behind. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Miami Rose. Hello, hello. We're not gonna go off on politics, but that was just, I don't know. I took a tangent from myself and went off probably further than I should have. But yeah, left of centre, but considered far right. I got called a Nazi because I didn't like the last Star Wars trilogy. I'm a homophobe. What are all the terms, guys? All the isms and phobes and ists and phobes. I'm all of them, because I didn't like the Star Wars trilogy, the Disney Star Wars trilogy. That's crazy. I support the NHS, I support pensions and social security, lots of things that are left. But I'm a Nazi. I'm a Nazi, a homophobe, a transphobe, all these and phobes. I don't know. Farmer, hello, my friend. Everything is far right now. If you're right of far left, so you could be moderate left, you're a Nazi. It's just how they are. Yeah, the Overton window. You know, we've got a town called Overton just outside Morecambe. Well, Morecambe, Heysham, and Overton, the villages alongside. But yeah, okay, folks. Let's not go off. Let's not go off on politics because it is divisive. We will lose half the audience and half the subscribers. I just don't think that there are as many people that are as far left as the media portrays. They portray it as if that's a majority. And I think that the fact that there was funding being spread around helped give that impression. Phobos. Okay, I said phobes, as in homophobe or whatever. But yeah, phobos. Moon. See, it's one. Is it not? Hold on. Is it not Mars? Phobos. Is that not a moon of Mars? I'm not sure. We'll be frightening people away, folks. Anybody got any other topics? We got any science or what? I don't know. Technology news or something to argue about. Well, what about the AI video thing that came out this week? Was it called VO3? That makes videos. They did a demo of of a streamer playing a video game, and not only is the video game that's in the main screen artificially generated, so is the guy that's playing the game. It's unbelievable. I couldn't spot it. I mean, I'm watching on a phone, and I generally only watch at 144p, not 1440 as some people think. They multiply my resolution by kind of 100-fold, 10 this way by 10 that way. No, 144p I typically watch, but this stuff was to my eyes was indistinguishable from a real video. That's quite frightening. There was another example of some doctors saying that you could take this medication and it would give you some pheromones and all the dogs, all the animals would love you. That was a little bit more obvious because of how preposterous the story was. But the actual video itself was visibly believable enough. Have I been fishing yet? Only way back when I first got the rods and we tried it and we kept getting caught up on the seaweed and the vegetation, so we kept having to cut the lines away. And so no, I haven't been back to give it another go. I can't get down the cliffs with my dog. Tina can't move very far, so I can't get down the cliffs to go and do that. And to be honest, I haven't got the knowledge. I wouldn't know what I was doing. My mate Joby, who was here when I did try it, or when we did try it, he had experience of fishing rivers in the UK, not coastal fishing though. So he was a bit out of his depth, and it's a tricky terrain as well. It's quite a rough beach. It's not a beach. It's all stones and what have you. And out to sea there's lots of like these little sandbanks with seaweed and vegetation on them. So you're very likely to get hung up and caught up on stuff if you fish here. It's one for the are moons of Mars. Okay, there you go. Where did I pull that from? I wasn't sure, but yeah, okay. Oh, Tina, you've not. Oh, you have. Oh, she has. Is that what Phobos and Demos are? Fear and terror. Didn't know that. You live and you learn. Before long, we'll not know what's real. There's the danger, you see. I mean, if somebody decides to do like a broadcast, like a presidential announcement or something from a prime minister or a king announcing, World War III or alien invasion or something, you won't be able to tell it's not real. The old adage that the camera never lies was always wrong, but now it's even more wrong, isn't it? Because there's not even a camera involved for half of it. Hello, Vestenor. Okay, David's not a fan of AI. It uses too many resources. And for what? This is true. The data centers and things that run these things use a tremendous amount of power. Um, Now, a lot of them, well, with the bigger companies, they're looking at making them kind of carbon neutral, solar powered, and all the rest. Um, but yeah, AI will kill critical thinking. Well, yeah, I mean, it's already integrated into Google, isn't it? When you do a search now, more than 50% of the time, you're not even being offered a website as the first result. The first result is an AI's summary of the topic taken from probably from multiple websites. So you don't even you don't even visit those websites. And here's I mean, there's the other thing, which I guess Google have always made their money off other people's websites, haven't they? Catalog other people's websites, show the snippets, and 50% of the time you don't need to go to the website because you've got the answer already. If you're asking like how old is such and such an actress or such and such a politician, or is he married or she married, the answer's just there in the snippet. You don't even go to the website. And yet that snippet is taken from those websites. So Google's pilfering information from people, stealing the information from the websites, showing it under the guise of, hey, we'll be sending people to you, you'll be getting more visitors. And Google is just an ad agency, really, at heart now. Well, I guess it always was. Oh yeah, we did try. We did try Miami Rose. Yeah, we tried fishing, but it just wasn't. It wasn't for us in this location at that time, and with the equipment that we've got, and with the lack of knowledge that we both had when it. Milado Joby was he could tie the hooks on. He could put the whatever the lures and whatever you might want to go with. He could put them on and cast. He knew. I didn't even know which way to wind the bloody reel. It seemed counterintuitive to wind it the way that you wound it to reel them in. Um, but maybe that's just me. But so he knew what he was doing, like technically with the equipment. But this area of coast, the waves, the vegetation, the rocks, it just didn't. It just didn't work out. Yeah, realistic AI videos and things is frightening. It could easily be used. It's only a matter of time before it is used in some way that causes some kind of mass confusion. You could imagine in warfare, the enemy, whoever the enemy is, putting out broadcasts that look like whichever president or whichever prime minister or whichever king saying something, to confuse one side, putting out messages to confuse the other side or the other country. You can easily imagine that happening. Okay, sign of nature. Hello, hello. Are you trapped there because you choose there instead of England or your passport ran out? I moved here voluntarily, with money in the bank, with passports and documentation. I didn't follow all of the rules when my 3 months or 6 months or whatever were up, and you're supposed to do residencia and NIE numbers and all of that. So that's one thing. But then there was a legal issue, and then COVID, and then my bank decided I'm not me and won't let me have my money. I've got thousands of pounds in the bank, only a few thousands, enough to live on for maybe 3 months, maybe 6 if I'm careful. But my bank don't accept that I'm me, so they won't let me have my money. And the process that they gave for me to have my money back is that I have to walk into my branch of my bank in my hometown in England. So there's no just getting solicitors and taking copies of passports and passing, getting them, what's the word, getting them kind of stamped and confirmed as a true copy. I have to walk into my branch in England with my passport. Even if I didn't have the legal troubles that I've got, how would I get back to England to walk into the bank to get money? You need money to get back and prove you're you to get your money. So there's a catch-22 there. I've got a dog. It costs like €500 to get a dog back to England, there or thereabouts, including buying a case. What's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, crate, animal crate. And then there's the injections and getting the animal passport up to date. I am behind with the rabies injections because I don't have the money. So there's all these factors, and then like I said, I can't. When I do try and leave the country, they arrest me at the airport anyway. So there's that. So it's not choice. It's not like a lifestyle choice. I didn't decide to run off and become Bear Grylls and be a man of the woods. I'm trapped by circumstance. I have to get back to England to get my money. I can't leave the country until I sort a legal thing out, which will need money. So it's an issue. Carbon neutral. David thinks carbon neutral is unrealistic. Me too. I think certainly on the timeline they're trying to do it by 2050 and there's pressure to get it even sooner, 2040 and so forth. If they'd set a 100-year timeline and been working in that direction, I think trying to jump to it too soon will cause problems, and possibly, I haven't heard the latest, I don't know, but the power outage that we had a few weeks ago was possibly caused by having too much renewables on the network and not enough big heavy spinny things in proper power stations. You have to synchronize against something, and the last theory I heard was that there weren't enough proper power stations spinning turbines creating that clock cycle for the renewables to synchronize against, and that is maybe what caused the outage. And there'll be other issues like that. There'll be other hiccups along the way, and if you rush too soon into things, those hiccups could be too large. They might have disastrous consequences. Imagine if the power was off for more than 3 or 4 hours. People trapped in lifts, people in hospitals, the people in buildings that within half an hour ran out of water because their building pumps the water around rather than mains pressure pushing it around. All of those kind of things. I don't know. It's the Google motto, "Don't be evil." They scrapped it. Maybe 10 years ago now. Yeah, "Don't be evil" was definitely their internal. That was their internal guidance. That was their guiding light. Until it got in the way of making money. Data mining was definitely, absolutely. Hello, Thomas. No, not at all, mate. Oh, your typing was all over the place, wasn't it? That was you. But that was probably, you said you were on a new phone. Was it a Samsung? Yeah, okay. No worries, mate. No worries. We've all done it. Yeah, knowledge. Yeah, yeah. Data is knowledge. Knowledge is power. The more you can collect on people and store on people, yeah, we were having to stare long and hard at the messages the other night to try and try and work out what letter was whatever letter appeared on the screen, what letter was next to it on the keyboard that would have made the difference. Yeah. Oh, get to Kelly jump. You've got no idea how many times people say that one. Yeah, yeah. Do I have family back home? Brother and sister. Um, couple of nephews, two or three nephews. Um, an ex. Well, not technically even an ex, but yeah, an ex. Uh, not really. We're not really that close. And there since I've been in Spain, apparently there have been arguments that have cropped up between my brother and my sister, and I guess I'm implicated somewhere in the middle. I don't know. Where's Tina? Tina's on the bed here. Did you not see her? I showed her before. Oh, I've got to be careful. I've unplugged the phone. We're on 77. That's okay. Tina's over. Hold on. There's new buttons appeared. I don't even know what they are. There we go. There's my Tina girl. Under the Christmas tree lights. Hey, babe. You gonna talk to the peoples? Tina girl. You gonna talk to the peoples? Say hello. Hello, hello. Yeah. Yeah. I know you don't like the light, darling. You don't like that bright light. Hide live video. What does that mean? Create highlight. Hide live video. I don't know what that means. Why would I hide the live video that I'm recording? I'll turn that off. I'll spin that back around too. I like to think I'm the star of the show, but we all know it's Tina, really. We all know it's Tina, really. I look like I've got a real double chin here at the minute, don't I? That's not good. Bank may try something funny if you let it slide for too long. I'm under the impression that as long as I can prove I'm me at any point, but basically the account is kind of closed. It's declared dormant and like archived. The money goes into the bank's own account. No interest is accruing. No nothing. But once I establish my identity, the account gets reactivated and the money gets put back. Like I said, no interest or anything, but I won't be that. You don't get any noticeable interest on bank accounts anymore. Anyway, Budget Airlines doing £1 flights next year. That doesn't stop me getting arrested at the airport, and it doesn't pay €500 to get the dog across with me. Yeah, it's tricky. Your ACs and DCs are the other way around, Miami Rose. Coal fire stations produce AC because of the rotating of the spinning well, you either spin magnets. Yeah, you can move metal in a magnetic field, or you can move the magnets around metal, or you can do a thing with both. But yeah, the renewables tend to produce DC, like solar panels and things, which then needs to be converted to AC, and the AC then has to be synchronized with the real alternating current. And that's where things might have gone wrong this last time. You also can't ramp them up as quickly. You need what's called the base load. There's an amount of electricity you're always going to need, and then you can have other stuff stacked on top. But you need something that if you get extra demand, or if you're not generating enough from the renewables, you need something that you can ramp up fairly quickly. Nuclear is the ideal because you can just press a button and it will ramp up pretty much instantly. Coal, you have to shovel extra coal on the fire kind of thing. It's not exactly instant. Gas is quick. Gas adjusts quickly. Gas-fired power stations will adapt quickly. But they're out of fashion, aren't they? Everyone's closing them down. Coal and gas are going. And some countries, nuclear. Germany closing all their nuclear down, for example. I think it's all crazy. I think you need to maintain that base load and have something that's adjustable and quickly adaptable to circumstances. And renewables aren't it. There's an interesting planet named... there's an interesting channel named Planet. Is it Planet Critical? Is that the name? Talks about these things. Recommend a recent interview with a guy named Antonio Turiel. Talks about energy. Hello, Phil in the kitchen. Hello. How far behind am I? These comments are from 58. I'm only 4 minutes behind. Where are we going here? Farmer says, yeah, not too long on the feet, Mike. That's money wasted. I suddenly get lost. You guys lose me sometimes. Do I need to scroll back to work out what you're talking about? Stop interrupting Tina's meal. She looked pissed. Yeah, she wasn't. Not sure what the too long on your feet bit was. Oh, what? Was I focusing on my feet with the camera? Okay, yeah. Okay. I'm with you. It's the pervs with the gone and trimmed the beard. No longer a David Bellamy stunt double. Yeah, I trimmed it this evening. I was sick of drinking coffee and having it drip off or run down the beard. I think I've stained the tash here though with the coffee. Only this side, not this. That's a bit unfortunate. I look a little bit like an Austrian painter. I think it's just stained with coffee. I don't know. It's better trimmed, maybe. Yeah, okay, Miami Rose, yeah. Yeah, okay. David's saying, yeah, it's the balancing with the when solar is in DC and has to be converted to AC, then you've got to synchronize, and there needs to be something to synchronize against. And if you've already got a cascade failure and you're shutting off all the spinning heavy metal, I've lost the word, I used it before, didn't I? What do you call the big spinning heavy metal in a generator? In a power station? Yeah, those. Yeah, the signal got too much out of phase, yeah, and then cascade errors kick in and protections, yeah. Okay, I think I'm caught up. Yeah, that was the last theory I heard, David, or I don't know whether it got David or David. I feel like saying David because you're Spanish. Although I'm not sure it's particularly a Spanish name, is it? French use David. I don't know, my friend. You should correct me. Tell me which way to pronounce it. Cheers, folks. Cheers to you guys that are here. 11 of you at the minute, it says. And 14 thumbs up. If there's anybody newly arrived, okay, you're running away from me now. If there's anybody newly arrived that hasn't hit the thumbs up, oh, you see, you're saying that, look, you said you're pronouncing it well, but there's two ways to go. There's the English way with David, which is what I've kind of been saying most of the time. But then there's David, which that's me trying to be European. So give me an answer. 1 or 2. 1 is David. 2, David. Okay, David. Okay, mate. Yeah, thank you. Farmer, cheers. No Jack Attack, no? Or are you there lurking, mate? Are you there, Jack Attack? Yeah. To Tom Hyde. Okay, have we got any more topics? I've gone off. We went off on one. We got away from politics. That's good. The renewables, yeah, that's tricky because it borders on politics as well. Personally, I'm a fan of nuclear, but that's probably a hot take, and that's almost a pun, unintended but acknowledged. What's the option, Mike? What? How about music or cinema? I haven't seen any. I haven't been to a cinema since Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy came out with Martin Freeman, and that was probably what, early 90s? And the reason I stopped going, when we were there, we looked at the screen and there was a big splash of dark across the screen, like someone's thrown a Coca-Cola at the screen. And the staff didn't care, and they just said, oh, yeah, there's a man comes round and cleans it, he'll be here in 2 weeks. And you're like, what? They just carry on operating the cinema with a fucked up screen. You need more solar panels, Mike. More solar panels won't help, not without more storage first. My EcoFlow only stores 250 watt hours or thereabouts. 250, 256, 260, something like that. So more solar panels without more storage is no good. I'd love to upgrade to an EcoFlow Delta, but you know, it's expense, isn't it? What escape plan would work for you? Haven't got one at the moment, my friend. Haven't got one. At the moment, it's very much just a holding pattern. I'm literally playing a game of survival. It's not a game, but I'm doing survival. You need to watch TrampCast 001, which was my first ever live stream, where I'd been promising to give my first 200 subscribers the full backstory, my full history, my family history, my work, education history, work history, my business history, how I came to Spain, why I came to Spain, and what went wrong while I've been in Spain, how I ended up homeless, how friends turned their back on me, and how I survived in this field I survived for 2 months living in a park with no resources. Then I started going around bins and collecting resources. I moved into this field, got flooded on day 1, and again on day 31, the field flooded. First time ankle deep, second time knee deep. I had nothing. I didn't have a roof over my head. I didn't have a tent to begin with. I didn't have a tarpaulin for the first 3-4 months. And then I built a shelter out of a tarpaulin, and I built a bed, and the bed broke, and the tarpaulin broke. And some people up the road gave me a nice new tarpaulin, and I just survived. Then the police have been hassling me all along. Well, for the first 18 months. A lot of police interaction, a lot of police trouble, picked up a criminal record. Survival. The UK government offered no help. The Spanish government offered no help. The Torrevieja local authorities offered no help. They got me arrested. They got me a criminal record. They got me beaten up by the Guardia Civil and the Policia Local. They kicked my dog. Multiple times that I saw, and probably many other times that I didn't see after I'd been dragged away. It's after that my dog's back legs started to deteriorate. Survival, my friend, survival. My ideal would be to raise enough money, get a lawyer, clear my legal troubles, somehow negotiate in advance with the Spanish authorities about how I get out of the country without being pulled off a plane or dragged into a dark room and interrogated about why I've overstayed my theoretical visa. When Brexit happened, we were granted a 3-month visa nominally, and I've been here however long since that became official. So when I do get to an airport, it won't even be a straightforward walk through the airport. I will be dragged off and questioned about how long I've stayed here. There might be fines. I might be banned from Spain. I might be banned from the entire Schengen area. But what I don't want to do is get to the airport and have all that happen there. I want to get that all negotiated and sorted out beforehand so that I don't miss my flight. I don't want to pay €100 for a flight, get dragged off into a side room, miss the flight, and book a new flight and have to wait 2 days, as you have to when you book. You don't just walk into an airport and travel internationally. You have to book it 2 days in advance, don't you? So there's a lot of. You got to have the money for the flights. You got to have the money. I will need a new passport because mine was ruined in floods. I will need to sort out the dog's transport, the dog passport, all of the vet visits that are required in the run up to leaving the country. The inoculations that we're behind with. I will need a crate. As I said, those cost about €100 for a dog-sized dog. All of these things would need sorting for me to get out of here, and I just don't see a straightforward path to sort all that out. I don't see it's a holding pattern. It's survival. That's all it can be for now, until some break in fortune, until something sorts itself out. I don't know. I haven't got a way forward. After the beep, leave a message or not. Farmers making obscure references. You don't know whether more solar panels will cause more problems. As in being more visible and bringing the police down on top of me, possibly. There was a message deleted. I think it was the person who wrote it who deleted it. Retracted. So he deleted it himself. Yeah, no problem. Cheers, Jack Attack. Where's Jack Attack? Oh, there he is. Not here. This is recording. Oh, and that was the beep. Okay, I got you. Okay. David likes Kubrick a lot. I don't know many. What? 2001, obviously, and Clockwork Orange. That was him as well, was it? I think those are the only ones of his I know. Did he do the How I Learned to Love the Bomb? What was that one called? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big. I've never been one. I couldn't tell you who directors of movies are. Often I can't even tell you the name of actors and actresses. Okay, I've worked backwards from the escape plan. I don't know how I went backwards, but I did. Oh, I was looking for Jack Attack. That was it. Turbine, that was the word. I'd used it once already, and I couldn't get there when I needed it again the second time. Captain's log 001. It's like that, isn't it? It's like that. TrampCast 001. He was looking for, yeah, okay, Spock and the captain's log. If I'm not here, I can't beep, said Jack Attack. Okay. So he was lurking in the background, probably. Either that or he just arrived at that moment. He'll say lurking. He always says lurking. How does Spider-Man get out of the bath? Okay, yeah. Police suck depending on who you are. Yeah, don't worry, mate. I blame the mayor. The mayor set them on me. The mayor pressured an older lady that I was talking with on a Saturday night. He pressured her to give him directions to where to find me because he wanted to help. And 8:30, 9 o'clock the next morning, I had the head welfare man from the local authority, from the ayuntamiento here, but not like the actual worker, not like the head clerk, the head politician, the councillor with the remit of welfare, the head of the bienestar. Come down, and the first thing he said, "Papers, please." And I said, "No." Meaning I haven't got any. They were ruined in a flood. I haven't got any papers. He took it that I was being, what? Well, I was a little anyway. I was like, "Fuck off, papers, please." What the fuck's this? I'm on private land. I'm not in public, per se. So demanding papers isn't... But that didn't stop him. We had a little disagreement. It got a little bit swearing, a little bit heated, and I said, "You're just the man from the council. Fuck off. Go away." And he said he'd be back with the police, and he was. And yeah, they got a bit roughy-tufty. They got a little bit physical. It's okay, mate. You know, the Spanish police have a reputation anyway, and the Guardia Civil even more so. They like to go hands-on. We saw it during COVID, didn't we? We saw it when they were drawing up lists of what you were allowed to buy in the supermarket. And I told the tale the other day about a man who got beaten up because he went to Mercadona and he got 4 cases of beer. Because he only wanted to go shopping once every week or two. He didn't want to keep going back. He'd been the day before and bought food, and he went the second day for booze because he's going to be locked in the house for the next month. And he had two shopping bags, each with 2 cases of beer, 2 12-packs of beer. And they said, "No, shopping is for essentials only." And they got batons out and started pushing him about, and it was on YouTube at the time. I don't know if it still is, but there was 2 or 3 policemen beating him with batons because he'd bought the wrong things. Alicante police, literally Alicante, the region, not the city, but the region, tried to make a list of what you were allowed to buy. They were even at one point talking about cordoning off certain aisles within the supermarket so that you had to stick to essentials. Yeah. Yeah, you know, I think the police are the same the world over, my friend. You give them authority, and when they get a new power, they're in such a rush to use that new power. Whenever there's a new law, they're straight out looking for how they can apply it and how many people they can get. Sometimes you can get help from the local administration. I literally had the head man of the welfare, bienestar, from the local authority here in the field. And how much help did I get? A €450 fine. Thank you. Nice. That's the help I got. I got a beating. I had my head inside the police car. I had my head held against the window. One guy in the front driving, a guy in the back pushing my head against the glass, all the way to the airport, to the police station. Handcuffs behind me, and when we got out, they lifted my hands so high that my shoulders hurt for a month afterwards. I had the cuts on my wrists because they always put the handcuffs on tighter than they should. It's a punishment. It's what they do to just let you know that they're in charge. Yeah. Eyes Wide Shut was his last. Kubrick's Oh, that was the one with the sex parties and orgies and sacrifices and stuff, yeah? Okay, so that was Kubrick as well. Okay, didn't know that. And who could forget the moon landing? Okay. he wanted to fake it, but in order to fake it, they had to build a rocket, and then they had to set the rocket off, and then they had to build a film set on the moon. I've got no idea what an Aldo Brandini is. Also fake the moon landing, yeah. I'm a believer in the moon landings. I don't go with the fakery. I think it would have been more difficult to fake it than it was to do it. Hello, Marie. Is that your first post today? I think. If your Euro Millions comes in, you get me sorted. Yeah. We had a friend offer us a lawyer. I told this one the other day. Oh, okay. Let's just backtrack. For David. Gosh. I had an incident where the Guardia Civil came and they stole all my belongings. I use the word stole advisedly, really. No court order, no paperwork, no receipt, no documenting what they took, why they took it, or telling me under what law they took it. They just took everything I had that was outside the tent. And everything they picked up, they said fire risk. Bottles of water, fire risk. Green garden furniture, green table, plastic table, fire risk. A recliner, a sunbed type thing, laying in the sun, fire risk. Pots, pans, cookery, all my a ladle, everything, all my knives, forks, spoons, plates, fire risk. Those were like I had an outside barbecue kind of thing, gas. So it's not that there are no embers going everywhere. It was a gas barbecue with a gas bottle. The gas bottle was pretty much in the shade most of the time, under a to the side under a bush, most of the time. They took it all. A gas bottle needs to hit 450 degrees Celsius to be a fire risk, and that's when it's full. When it's half empty, it has to get even hotter first. Took it all. They took the gas barbecue. They took gas bottles, but the pots, the pans, the plates, the bottles of water, fire risk. Took it all. And because I argued with them, the guy started. I was stood inside the tent. The policeman was unpegging my tent and shaking my tent, and I told him I was going to come outside and smack him, going to hit him. Anyway, the day after, I take my trash to the bin, to the basura, and the Guardia Civil pulled in on the other side of the road. They pulled in a bus stop, in the bus lane. I crossed the road, went to the bin, and when I came back and crossed the road, they drove right at me, trying to hit me. And there was another car. As he came out and pulled out into the road, there was already a car there that went into the second lane, and that guy had to slam his brakes on so as to not hit me when the Guardia Civil just sped off. They literally tried to kill me. And for the next week or two afterwards, I had cars coming down here, down this little track, turning around and coming and either putting on sirens or pipping car horns or blowing whistles at 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, 3 or 4 times a week for a couple of weeks. Just petty, petulant, childish, definitely police. I saw them one time, because there's windows in tents. I looked out, and one time I got the door open and got out and kind of saw them, but couldn't get a picture or a video of it. But going back to lawyers, which is what Marie said there, a friend offered to put me in contact with lawyers and get their lawyer to handle things. Their lawyer was too frightened of police and Guardia Civil. Their advice was, you won't get any lawyer in town to take that kind of case. You'll have to get a lawyer from out of town and probably a specialist Probably one that specialises in bringing cases against the police or the Guardia. So yeah, getting a lawyer is probably not as easy as it should be in some of these cases. Lounging, that's a lounging stroke lurking, is it? I don't know. Papers, please. Yeah. Is that a smoking papers joke? You call them zigzags. What are ours called? Rizzler in the UK. They roll your own cigarette papers. They did a lot of beating. Yeah, we had cars driving around with all the windows were blacked out, and when they did get out, you've got 4 guys in there that all look like soldiers, and they're driving around and just you were allowed to walk a certain distance if you'd like just walking your dog, and I'd walk to the bottom of the road, and just diagonally there was some grass, a little kind of grass, like a mini park, but that was beyond the distance I was allowed to go. I would stretch matters a little bit. I would walk around the block, but in the wrong direction. So I'm walking 3 sides of the block instead of 1. Then I would, excuse me. Then I would cut across to this park, and come back. But yeah, there was these guys in vehicles with dark windows, and they'd pass, and they'd stop, and they'd kind of follow you a while, and it's all quite scary, really. It's all a little bit authoritarian, and yeah, McDonald's was essential, but the gym wasn't. Yeah, that's enough said. Yeah. Sativa breeder had a government pass, wasn't locked down. Really? Essential worker or something? Can the British consulate in Spain help you in any way? No. The British consulates and embassies have like a strict policy of not interfering with like court proceedings and things. You have to let the court system run its course before they'll do anything. Tina, you farted again. Oh, she doesn't normally. But yeah, no, they have like a non-interference policy. It's not like they're going to smuggle me out of the country when the courts want me. I just don't understand what the delays with the courts. It's been 4 years, 5 years in total. What happens is every now and again they'll pick me up and say you've missed your court date, and I'll say prove that you gave me this court date, and the policia local come around the day before you're due in court and make you sign paperwork. They've got no signatures, they've got no proof of delivering messages to me. They've got my phone number. They're supposed to send a text message the day before or the night before any court. Never get any messages from them. So obviously I get nothing in the post, but I get nothing from a policeman coming to. They know where I am. They've arrested me a few times, yeah? So they know where to find me. They just don't. They don't deliver paperwork. They don't deliver text messages or emails. And then they'll pick me up for non-attendance in court and say there's a warrant. And embassies and consulates, oh, you have to let the legal system run its course. It's your own fault, and don't be an embarrassment to the British country, to the British government. Is basically the message that they deliver. So here I sit in a fucking field. Yeah. One day, one-way passport valid for 24 hours would be great. If I didn't get arrested at the airport for non-attendance in court, or for having a court case hanging over me, or for whatever, and also the whole being in the country too long thing will have me pulled off into a side room, won't it? Water, a fire risk, Moonhawk. Absolutely, my friend. And I had 3 metal flasks, 1 proper vacuum flask, 2 metal single-walled bottles, fire risk. Plastic bottles, fire risk. Plastic water bottles, fire risk. Plastic green garden furniture, fire risk. Green table, fire risk. All sorts. I had all sorts. It's all on video. Yeah. I recorded half of it, and when it got serious, I went live with half. And that is a little bit embarrassing to watch because I am very sweary and quite aggressive with them. The first thing they said when they arrived on site, get that fucking dog inside or we're going to shoot it. First words out of the bitch's mouth when she arrived. Swearing, that's not just me adding that in, those were her words. She denied, once I got my camera out and started recording, she denied it had ever been said, but her colleague later accidentally confirmed it. Whilst telling me, I asked them, is Spain a democracy or not? And she said, no, not a democracy. And the guy said, too much of a democracy. So some of you guys that are regulars, you've heard all of this time and time again. I know. It's difficult to keep a balance between questions from new guys and some of the old hands who've heard it all before. I hope I'm not boring anybody. The variety of rolling papers is excellent in Spain. I wouldn't know, my friend. I've never smoked in my life, so I've got no clue. Manager of a 10,000 plant hemp facility using compounds to treat COVID. Was that authorized by? Oh, that was your reason for having a government pass. Okay. Well, that means you're in the pharmaceutical industry, which you would probably not want to admit to. What gives the bank the authority to stop access to your money, asks Miami Rose. This is a good question. The potted history is that due to cultural enrichment over the past 20 or 30 years, there was an awful lot of bank fraud and money laundering going on, particularly involving people from Southeast Asia. Bangladesh was particularly rife, the Bangladeshi community, but also the Pakistani community. And so extra laws were brought in to stop money laundering and people having to prove their identity. All companies have to be able to prove that they know the identity of their customers, that they know who they're dealing with. And the regulations get tighter with larger amounts, but with banks, you're looking at thousands of pounds. And so every few years, you have to prove that you're you. Now, usually this is done because you're in the bank and they just say, oh, have you got some form of government ID on you? And you'll show them your driving license or your passport or whatever you've got on you. Utility bills go towards it as well. But every few years, you have to show a certain amount of proof of your identity. Maybe taking your bank statement into your bank, if you're there with a query. And every time you're showing who you are, they just press a button on the computer just to update their records and say, yeah, we know that he's him. So a lot of people never get outright asked in an explicit manner. It's just getting ticked up if you're in asking a question. You bring your bank statement in saying, what's this entry? What's going on here? And they'll explain it, but they'll just knock that little button that says, yeah, we've seen his identity. We've seen proof that he's him and that's his address. If they posted a bank statement to you and you've got it in your hand, then you must be at that address kind of thing. And it's this kind of thing, but because I'm in a different country, I'm not attending in the bank, so they ask explicitly, and the account had been inactive. I'd not been paying any bills from it. It was literally my rainy day fund. I had my main bank account with one bank, and I had I thought I had 15,000 in this other bank. The intention was to transfer 2 lots of 7,500 over. It looks like I never transferred the second amount over. So there was 7,500 in the bank, and it wasn't getting used because the other account was where things were paid from and where I was withdrawing from. And after X number of years of not using the account, not being in the bank, not having them secretly tap the button to say, yes, we know who he is, they asked explicitly for proof of ID, but said I had to do it in branch. What do you do when you get arrested when you try and leave the country? It's difficult. Terry retracted a message. Hope you're all right there, Terry. Leave via Gibraltar. You see, you think that that's the answer, don't you? But it's not, because there's a deal between Gibraltar and Spain that you're classed as leaving Schengen when you leave Gibraltar. So the same computer scans and things happen. Checking computer systems and things. So you don't get around it. Everybody suggests just cross a border into France and get on a boat into Gibraltar, fly out. The same computer checks are done from Gibraltar as if you were leaving from a Spanish airport. That's part of the deals that they've all got with each other. Yeah, money laundering is the excuse for ID and everything. Yeah. The noose is tightening. I always quote Winston Churchill. During the God, I'm in Europe talking about the war. Don't mention the war. I mentioned it once. I think I got away with it. During the war, you had to be able to prove who you were at any point to people in authority, the police or certain army checkpoints and things, so that they could check that you weren't, a German spy that's just landed at the docks or whatever. The day after the war ended, VE Day, he told everyone, tear up your ID cards. It was stopped. Nobody, he said, it was one of his biggest regrets of the war that in his words, that an Englishman had to provide ID on request. He said, Britain isn't a papers please kind of place. That's anathema to the British way. And I'm with Winston. It's not our way. It should never be required. It used to be you didn't need proof of ID to open a bloody bank account. The bank manager would know your parents. He probably would have known you your entire life, and so when you walk in and they want to open a bank account for you, he knew you. The staff knew you. There was no proving who you were. It's only as they've gone with bigger branches that cover larger areas and the staff don't know their customers, and this allowed certain people with a different culture came in with their more fraudulent mentalities and started abusing the system. So then they had to start tightening up the rules and tightening up the system. And suddenly you had to bring ID to open a bank account. 3 forms of ID and all of this kind of carry on. But you're right, it's going that way. It's getting more and more towards ID cards. Yeah. Thank you, Ed. Oh. Hello. Is this... I don't think I'm familiar with the name. Is this a first post? Is this your first time in chat? You've known people with open warrants on them that leave and return via Gibraltar. Okay. Maybe I'll try it one day. It's difficult. I'm not exactly mobile, and with the dog that can't walk, it's difficult as well, but maybe we'll try it. You don't want Jack lounging or lurking too long. Okay. The Great Escape film. People like The Great Escape. It's a good film. What did I watch the other day? I haven't watched many films recently. What I have done, tell me if you do this, I watch other people watching films. You get these reaction channels where you get some fairly young person in their 20s or 30s and they'll watch a classic film for the first time, like Zulu. There's a cracker of a film. But watching other people watch the film, and you're getting a condensed version, it's edited down. You get a film in 45 minutes kind of thing, but with their thoughts and reactions. And I quite enjoy that. It was the British that introduced, well, for international travel, I guess, yeah, but that's different. Just walking around within your own country being asked for ID is anathema, or should be. We're at the point, folks. I went out with my nephews when they were around that age, yeah, and one of them didn't have his ID on him. I think we'd bumped. I'd gone out with one and we'd bumped into the other in town, so he'd not brought it with him, kind of thing. But we went in a pub, played a game of pool, had a drink. Um, Everything was fine. We went on to the next pub, and we sat there. We sat there drinking. We got the drinks okay. We sat there drinking, and then the glass collector, not a bouncer, not the landlord, not even bar staff, the fucking glass collector gets it in his head to start asking for ID. I wasn't having it. If a policeman can't just demand your ID in the fucking street, then a fucking glass collector. No offense to anybody who's ever worked as a glass collector, but just the idea that that's the level of authority required to start demanding ID. Fucking glass collector. No, not having it. So we got kicked out. And you don't just get kicked out. Once you get kicked out, they contact the next pub along and tell them to watch out for that guy with the two young lads. You know what I mean? Word travels. It's like a fucking spy network. That is un-British. Snitching on people. That was another thing that happened during COVID all over the world. Phone lines for you to report people that are doing something wrong. People reporting their neighbours. He had a friend round and people aren't allowed round. He had too many people around. Fuck off. Snitching. That's Stasi. We don't do that. That's not right. Didn't need a passport before World War II. Is that right? You live and you learn. I don't think Jack Attack thinks up the dad jokes. I think he gets them from a website or maybe a book that he's got sat by the computer. You see, yeah, you Scandinavians have ID cards, don't you? Certainly my Swedish friend had that kind of thing going on. And he has to get his passport renewed every 5 years, I think it was. He has to walk into you couldn't do any of it over the internet. He had to go back to Sweden and walk into like the national police station or whatever they're called and sort it. And it was fairly efficient and everything. Like I said, some countries have a lot of bureaucracy but are good at it. Spain love their bureaucracy, but they're amongst the worst with it. I said the tale about a friend of mine getting his NIE number, years back now. But the performance, the number of visits to the national police station and to the bank, and then they gave him the wrong sheet that didn't have a barcode on, and he had to go back and pick a number, and it was too late that day. Come back tomorrow. Like I said, if they can make it be 5 visits instead of 1, they're keeping each other in jobs. Bureaucracy, but just deliberately inefficient at it. The push to do away with cash and take everything electronic. Ugh. We have to resist, absolutely. A lot of people are really into crypto because they think that the government can't detect it and can't spy on it. You have to realize that cryptocurrencies are built on the blockchain, and the blockchain is a decentralized database. Every transaction, every movement of money from one person or entity to another is out there. So it's not just on like the bank's website or Sainsbury's or Mercadona's computers. It's distributed. It's out there. There are millions of copies of it out on millions of different computers, and it can be quizzed and polled by anybody. You can see now. It's kind of anonymized insofar as your name's not on it. It's just like your wallet number, your wallet ID, whatever you want to call it. But if we've just done business and you've sent me money, I've got your wallet ID. And if you're the government, you've probably got everybody's if you want it. You get it from Sainsbury's or from Mercadona or from whoever. You probably just demand that this stuff be handed over. Or from the internet service providers. You just need to be able to match a wallet ID to a real person, and then you can start monitoring transactions. It's not anonymous in that way. It's a database that's out there and that anybody can quiz. So the push by some people that are kind of paranoid to move towards crypto, it's a bit of a trap. It's a bit of a false, like, which police was it? Was it American or British? I think it was American. It might have been the FBI. They wanted to keep track of what all the criminals were doing. So they got an informant, and they gave him a secure phone, but that they'd got the RSA encryption keys for. And word went around, oh, you got to get this, this super duper Huawei super encrypted phone. And all the criminals went and, asked this guy to get them the phones. And the cops just bust a whole network of criminals open because they led them to believe that there was this new ultra secure app or ultra secure phone. And they had the back door, they had the keys. I'm off on one with my technology, aren't I? Oh, Admiralty Law raises its head again. I'm not the biggest believer. What do they call them? Sovereign citizens, yeah. The idea that just because you're born in a land doesn't mean that you should be under that monarch's or that state's authority. Just because I'm born in Britain shouldn't make me a citizen of Her Majesty or his. I haven't got used to it yet, folks. It's too recent. If I haven't got used to Snickers yet, Marathon becoming Snickers, changing from Her Majesty to His Majesty, it's gonna take another 10 years at least. By which time the poor fella's probably not going to be there, is he? There's another one. People around the rest of the world are getting reports about how ill the king is, whereas in Britain, the British media have got like a news blackout on it. Here we go. What's more amazing than a talking dog, says Jack Attack? A spelling bee. Very much an Americanism. We don't have them in Britain. Never, and didn't know what a spelling bee was until I was about 40. Now Farmer says, no, see what I mean? I'm assuming that's in reaction to Jack Attack's dad jokes. Yeah, there they go, laughing and smiling with each other. Farmer, pepperoni pizza with Molson Export ale, a match made in heaven or hell. What have I had today? Just bloody fishy sandwiches again. Was it salmon? No, it was tuna and tomato sauce today on bread. Yeah. Yeah, the Swedes never locked down, did they? No, no. Okay, the ID cards are new. It was just time to renew the passport. So you got the option. Is it an option or you get the passport and the card? Is it an either or? Here we go. Thomas was skeptical about the ID cards since they were so pushy about them. But now you're not walking around with a passport everywhere, which is a plus. I guess a card's less bulky, yeah. Um, yeah. Spain has ID cards, and like the one time I went to the post office to pick up a parcel, the guy in front of me handed his over. You see, you end up. This is my problem with them. You end up having to use them everywhere for trivial things. Here, if you want to get a SIM card for your phone, it costs €10 to get a SIM card. But they'll photograph or photocopy either your ID card or your passport, just at like a corner shop, a local shop. The fuck? I'm not ID. It's ID everywhere. Every little thing you want to do is ID. But the guy in front of me in the post office when I was picking up the parcel, he handed his over and then got his parcel and walked off and left the ID card. And then you're knackered without it. On the police here, I don't know if this is Spain in total or if this is just Torrevieja. The police don't handle lost property. Like in Britain, if you find a passport or an ID card or find a wallet with some money in, it's automatic. You take it to the police station. And if it remains unclaimed for 6 months, it's yours. But there's a legal requirement to make an effort to return property to its owner. You can't just find money in the street and keep it. That's called theft by finding. You have to make a realistic attempt to return it to its owner. And the most realistic attempt is to hand it in at a police station and wait for someone to come along and say, has anybody handed in my wallet or phone or whatever? Here, they don't want to know. Now, like I said, I don't know if that's all police everywhere, but Torrevieja, no. I had a passport go missing once upon a time. No interest, no nothing. You get messed about. You go to one type of police and they'll send you to the other type of police. You go to the Guardia Civil and they'll send you to the Policia Local. You go to the Policia Local, they'll send you to the town hall, Ayuntamiento. But really, none of them are bothered. There's no real proper official system for how lost property or found property is handled, which I found disconcerting. Yeah, getting the TI. This you see, this is part of why I never entered into any of that with the different forms of bureaucracy. Yeah. I heard so many horror stories from all my friends about what was involved in getting these different bits of paper. Like getting the NIE, you're supposed to have 5 documents when you walk into the. Uh, is it that's the National Police Station? Yeah, get the NIE. Yeah, because that was what ISMA was doing. So you go there, and instead of having a form, when you go in and say, what 5 documents do I need? Instead of having a pre-printed list with tick boxes that you bring away, check boxes to you Americans, that you bring away, and so that you know what you need and you come back tomorrow and you've got each item. No, they'll write down a list of 5 things for you just on a scrap of paper. But they'll mess you about. They, guy number 1 gives you a list of 5 things, and you come back tomorrow with the list and the 5 things, and he looks at the list and he says, "No, not that and not that, but these other 2 things that you haven't brought." See what I said about 5 visits, keeping them in work. If there's 5 visits, then they need 5 times as many staff. They could have just dealt with it all first time, but no, that would have been too easy. I'm jaded with this type of, hate crypto, it's a joke. I think in the end only one form will prevail, because it had first mover advantage. All the others will just fade by the wayside, and most of them are just scams, like that Hoktor, however you fucking say it, that Hoktor girl, and she brought out crypto, and they immediately pulled the rug, and they were selling their stash of, you know, when you release these coins, you only sell like 1% of them, and you keep a stash of them behind for distributing later. Well, they were selling it all out from underneath itself by the back door straight away, cashing out. They took their millions, ripped off the initial investors, and left a worthless nothingness behind. Everybody's left with pennies in the pound, or cents on the dollar. Don't know. Okay, sign of nature. You just got waved through. They didn't even look at you. What? Just waved the whole coach through, or you had to get off the coach and Matt, and they just. What do? Do you say hello? You have to look very British. Oh, jolly hockey sticks. Good day, sir. Good day to you. Oh, you're British. Cup of tea. Asking for a friend. The passing of the money can definitely be traced. It's not itemized as to what the purchase was, but if they're accused of something and you're paying those kinds of amounts, if you're paying the amount that's on her menu, you know what I mean. This is 20 euros. This is 50 euros, and it shows up as 50 euros, and they know what she's offering. Yeah. Encrochat. I don't know what that means, Thomas. BlackRock intends to own 53% of the Bitcoin mining setups at the top end of the market. Yes, I don't. The Bitcoin thing was clever because there's a mathematical filter involved. You have to go off and find a big number that matches some formula, and that's not obvious, and then other people have to do processing to prove that you're correct and that number does indeed match the sieve or the filter that it's been passed through. And there's a lot of processing involved. It's like finding prime numbers, except worse. Imagine if you had to find prime numbers that end with 1. So the other prime numbers don't count. It's that kind of thing. There's a limited number of them, and they're distributed kind of unevenly throughout all the possible numbers. And if you find one, you announce you found it, and that gets you like 9/10 of the value. And somebody else has to go off and do the maths to confirm it. 5 or 10 or 100 other people, and they get to share the other small percentage that's left over. It's all beyond me. And nobody knows who invented it, who started it. Who is Satoshi Nagasaki? Well, I don't know what his name is. But yeah, nobody knows who he is, the guy that put forward the white paper in the first place. Although there's a lot of people keep claiming to be him. Moving forward, let's see if I can catch up. How far behind am I? That says 23:48, and it's 15:09, so I'm only 11 minutes behind. Not a citizen, a slave. Oh, you're still doing the Admiralty law thing, yeah? The sovereign citizen thing, sovereign slave. Clank, okay. Clank. Reminds me of the Clangers, which is a program you will have never heard of, Fama. You want to do a search for UK children's programs, Clangers, Clangers. Something about the word clank just reminds me of Clangers. But yeah, that's my childhood. 15-minute cities. I'm not fully sure what's meant by it. Is this somewhere where everything's supposed to be within reach, within like a 15-minute walk or something? That's a city. That's a normal city. That's what a city is. It's broken down into little areas. Usually cities in the rest of the world, in the real world, cities evolve from different conurbations. You've got this five. Okay, cities evolve from 5 or 10 villages that are around an area, and the villages grow, and the village has everything you need, or most things. They'll trade with some other villages around, but as those villages get bigger, as you build more and more, it becomes a conurbation. They merge into one area, but each area still has everything you need. You don't. I lived in Morecambe. If you travel from Morecambe to Lancaster, you can do it without seeing a field. You're going along a road and there's houses and buildings and estates. There's built-up areas all around. Fuck. My phone's complaining that there's an update it wants me to have for the whole operating system, but it will only download it on Wi-Fi. No matter what I do, it will not download it over the fucking mobile connection. And it just popped up saying, there's an update. And it thinks it's so important, it wants to get in the way of me live streaming. But anyway, a conurbation. You get from Morecambe to Lancaster without seeing a field. Except for the play field at the college. But that's a football field and a rugby field and what have you. But that's how cities happen. Towns and cities. And everything is within 15 minutes walk. I don't know what the big deal is about planning cities so that you have everything within reach. That just seems normal to me. Someone explain, what's the controversy about it? Why is that bad? Where are you, Ed? I'm assuming from the comment that you're in the States somewhere. I'll have to. It'll be 11 minutes before I see your answer. Second-hand vehicles getting very expensive. I can believe it. Farmer says a good sandwich can be divine. I agree. Oh, was that wasn't in response to my tuna and tomato sandwiches? Maybe, I don't know. ID cards, bad news. I'm not a fan. Your phone will be your ID. We are already being tracked like that. But then I'm part of the resistance, I guess. When I was in my apartment, when I did have apartments, I would more often than not go out without the phone. Just leave it at home. Then if anybody wants, if I ever need an alibi, you know, no, I didn't hit him over the head. I couldn't have. I was at home. My phone will say I was at home. That's what you got to do, folks. That's what you got to do. Don't take your phone everywhere. The Chinese social credit scoring thing will be brought in slowly. Well, wasn't that Elon? Elon wanted Twitter to become that pretty much. It won't happen. He can't sort Twitter out. He can't get on top of that mess. And people don't go along with these things. Look at the hype about, what does Facebook call itself now? The parent company, Meta. Oh, it's a 3D space. People will all be queuing up to buy land in your pretend world. Nobody's going to pay for a fucking block of pretend land in a pretend space on a computer. Just no. Nowadays, yeah, Ed, if you find someone's wallet and there's ID in there, you just put a message out on Facebook, don't you? Does anybody know Fred Blogs? I found a wallet here, and if you can contact me and show me that he's Fred Blogs and tell me what's in the wallet, I'll give it him back. Yeah. Whoa, it's jumped right to the bottom, and I'm nowhere near Soup Dragon I just saw, but I'm going the other way. or syphilis. Hold on. I'm gonna keep. I'm seeing comments about gold and silver and stuff. Could be useful if things go the wrong way. Here we go. Yeah, okay. I'm back where I was. The incoming system relies on a vulnerable network of fragile technology. It's true. That's what I was saying before about rushing in things with the whole net zero plan as well. But we're doing this with many things. We're becoming too reliant on the internet and its connected technologies, and the internet was never designed to be secure. The internet was an open platform, supposedly trusted. I mean, it was the military talking. It was the government, the military, and academia talking to each other. It was all trusted. Email was a wide open, plain text, no password, no encryption. It was just wide open system, totally trusted. And over time, they've tried to tack layers of security on, but it's inherently unreliable and insecure. Sheds bought gold and silver 5 years ago. Was that for economic collapse, or just a way of having an investment that was untraceable? Possibly both. The Bitcoin blockchain is antiquated and clunky. Yeah, there's the amount of processing needed, and because of it's so distributed and yeah, there's a lot there. And Ethereum or whatever that one's called, they tried to update their way of doing it, and I think it went wrong when they tried it, but I think they fixed it within a week or two. I don't want any collapse or syphilis. Don't know what that's. Don't know where Farmer's going with that one. There's a comment about CIA. Okay. Phil, you have gone over that clap I'm talking about. Satoshi is Alan Greenspan, in my humble opinion. I don't think he would have been intelligent enough to write that white paper. That white paper is there's genius maths behind the whole thing. It has to, in my opinion, it has to be someone who is a political genius and also a mathematical genius, and that's the Venn diagram for that is probably not great. But proper maths, like theoretical maths, math, not arithmetic, you know what I mean? Kitchen struggles. Thomas is struggling to steak and pasta. Behind. I am, yeah. Soup Dragon was a bit weird. Very weird. Very weird. Norway's got something like 10,000 cities. Always depends on your definition. In Britain, you're not a city until the monarch says you are. They give you I think it's called a warrant. They grant you a warrant to be a city. And a couple of years ago, they made a list of all of the cities, and they left one off, and nobody noticed, not even the people in charge of the city, like the mayor or whatever of the city. They call them 15-minute cities because if you call them gulags, folk would resist them. Nice. I like that. The WEF agents, okay. Okay. Farmer likes Scandinavian ladies. Okay. Oh, we can always argue about the definition of Scandinavia. Fuck. Are we including Finland? Are we not? Are we including Denmark? Are we including Iceland? Scandinavia versus Nordic versus It turns out half my childhood was wrong. Half the things my teachers taught me. I was taught it was the obvious four: Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Denmark. But apparently it's not, or at least nobody agrees. There's no agreed definition. Basically, you can't leave the district. Okay, you're kind of. It's not just that everything is within reach and you don't need to go anywhere else. It's that you're not allowed to go anywhere else without a pass or an ID. Okay, that's a bit like. Did anybody ever watch? Was it called Dark Angel? With that pretty young lady, whatever she was called. Oh, it had Denozo out of NCIS on it, and it had the girl who went on to become Sue Storm in the Fantastic Four films that weren't that great. Can't remember her name, but she was very, very pretty. I think it was called Dark Angel. We'll find out in 15 minutes when I get to the bottom of the chart. Basically, you can't go to Glasgow. Tinfoil hat vibes over here. There are a few here that are a little bit more paranoid or skeptical than me. I see a lot of developments as positive. I'm suspicious of some, and Elon's a fraudster. Okay, let's talk about Elon. Elon will be bankrupt within about 3 years, is my guess. Now, billionaires will never be truly. His bankruptcy won't be like your bankruptcy. He'll still be living in a mansion afterwards, obviously. There'll be money tucked away. You know, you give 10 million to this friend and 10 million to that friend, and later on when you're bankrupt, the friend channels the money back to you. But I think there's a greater than 50% chance that Elon will be bankrupt within 3 years. If you watch Thunderfoot, where the O's in foot are zeros, I think. Thunderfoot on YouTube. He's been railing against Elon for 2 or 3 years, well, maybe more than 3 years now. Ever since the Hyperloop fiasco that was never going to work. You can't maintain a vacuum in a tube that long and have it be safe. If the vacuum is ever penetrated, you're going to have such force ripping through the whole system that it'll pretty much explode. But Hyperloop never went anywhere. But he got investment from, well, he didn't. He never actually put anything into any of it. He released a white paper and let other people waste money on it. They did a little bit of stuff with universities, but they were trying to train or recruit the next generation of engineers. But yeah, Thunderfoot debunks a lot of Elon's stuff. Pro or anti? I like SpaceX. Seeing rockets land, when you see two take off at the same time and then you see them come back down and land together, it's absolutely phenomenal. So pro SpaceX, pro what's his satellite shit called? With the internet, fast for satellite internet compared to what that was, because the satellites are all low orbit, extremely low orbit. What's it called? Oh, well, I won't be able to find out for 15 minutes. Yeah, I tried that one. I've done a few searches, Jack Attack. Yeah, all of that doesn't no. Even down to the part where it said change this setting, and if it still doesn't work, restart your phone and try again. No, that one didn't work. It just thought it wants Wi-Fi, and when it offers to take me into settings, it's just about configuring Wi-Fi and managing Wi-Fi and stuff. Oh, I'm at the bottom. Starlink, thank you. Although I'm not here. I'm going back. Where am I? I think I'm back with Jack Attack. Oh, maybe I've got a few more messages. Here we go. I'm back. Oh, it's taking me at the bottom again. Someone's parked a car halfway down the road. Okay, they're going. Dropping someone off, maybe. Dropping someone off without having to come down this treacherous road. I think I'm back with Jack Attack. Yeah, that's farmer. I put my message here. It has $3,000, preferably American. Could be 2,000 last week. Or the week. Post message you found. Post message you found. Is Farmer trying some sort of online scam? I don't know what's going on there. I get a notification, but it never mentions mobile as an option. No. Oh, has it jumped again? It's jumped because there's Starlink. It really right. I'm gonna have to go. I'm going to the bottom. I'm gonna go to top chat, and then I'm gonna go back to live chat, and see whether that gives me some kind of bloody stability. Yeah, I've tried. I've gone through all of these kind of things myself. Jack Attack. It didn't work for me. Seems to be some quirk of Samsung. It's quite a common question, and it seems to change. Like the options, some of the options that like some of these online things say to do, the options aren't even there, or the when they say go into settings on a certain screen and there is no settings on that screen, kind of thing. Um, I'll read back tomorrow and give it another try and see whether you've put something that I haven't tried. But Ched's Paul, isn't it? I think AI already runs the show. Crypto looks Ponzi. Yeah, I think most of them. I think Bitcoin will survive, but all of the rest, all of these, what do they call them? They have a word for them for when these what Jake and Paul, what are they called? The boxers. They've been caught up in a couple of scams related to them. Whenever these influencers bring out a new type of coin, it always just runs off into a farce. Hold on. Traded a bit in the past and had luck, but not for me. Yeah, I missed out on the initial thing. I think I've mentioned in the past about hearing about people who paid for a pizza to be delivered, and they paid 2 bitcoins, because that was all they were worth at the time. And what are they now? Is it like 60 grand per coin? Am I going to refuse a Nordic lady? No, never. She has to be a hobosexual, though. This is what you have to remember. Who's interested in a tramp? What's the frequency, Kenneth? That was a song, wasn't it? Quite liked it. Well, now we're starting to throw about. We're not going for kids' TV again, are we? Because I did the clangers. Now we've got Thundercats. I think it just means that he's more interested in females as a partner than males, David. He not going to join the manosphere. No. No, what's he called? Well, there's him and his brother, isn't there? They were arrested in Romania or whatever for trafficking women and prostitution and all of that. Oh, you've already resolved it between you. Okay. Jack Attack. How long before we get to rubbing my right buttock with my left hand while hopping on one leg with my trouser leg rolled up? Removing SIM cards and putting them back in. And do I have to turn the phone on in between with no SIM card in? I've never. Oh, Karen's in the house. Hello, Karen. Arrived at 17 and it is now 21. I'm only 4 or 5 minutes behind, folks. Only 4 or 5 minutes behind. Momentarily, yeah, about 5 minutes. Oh, I was 8 minutes behind at the time. I'm catching up, folks. I'm catching up. Always behind, Karen. I'm always behind. I read something and go off on a tangent, and then when I get back, everybody's answered all of my intermediate questions. You see this? Look, it says I'm up to date now, but I can't be. I can't have caught up that. No, look, there's more messages coming through. I'm going to do the... Has it jumped? Is that why I'm... No, there was Karen arriving. And there's only about 5 messages after that. The last message was at 21. 22, okay. It's possible. It's possible. Wibble, apparently. Is that you leaving us, David? Or are you just saying hello to others arriving? I'm going to go back to top chat and then back. I've got a feeling that it skipped some, but I can't be sure. I couldn't message earlier. I had to update my phone. Fuck off. You taking the piss there, or is that real? We're just talking about how this one's giving me grief, wanting an update. Neither for or against Elon. I still think he'll be bankrupt. Too much of his wealth is leveraged on his Tesla, which doesn't really make money. Well, didn't even make money before people started setting them on fire and refusing to buy them. He leveraged too much of his wealth, his paper wealth. Like, it's the most valuable car company in the world, or it was on paper. Take the number of shares, multiply by the value of shares. This is before before he got involved in politics and people started setting fire to them and scratching them. Top Cat. Is that me saying top chat? Are you distorting my, or are we just throwing out kids programs still? Top Cat. Wasn't it called Boss Cat in the UK? Because there was already another program called Top Cat. Didn't skip anything, so there was no chat for like 8 minutes. Karen arrived, I was 8 minutes behind, and then like 3 messages later I was up to date. That's fantastic. Yeah, a lot of people moved away from Twitter when Elon took over. Oh, Karen was in the middle of TrampCast when she had to update. He might be too big to fail, kind of thing, like the banks. 'Cause was the richest man, wasn't he? Wealthiest man on paper, because Tesla was worth hundreds of billions. But is it really? It sells a fraction of the number of cars of a General Motors or a Ford or whoever. A fraction, a tiny fraction. It's valued on perceived potential future growth. Everyone thinks electric cars are going to be the future. He was the first mover really with the electric cars in any scale, and so that's baked into the valuation. But I have a sneaky suspicion that those other ones are gonna do better. Hybrids, the ones where it will burn petrol as like a generator to top up the electric. I think those are going to be an intermediate for the next 20 or 30 years potentially, which might mean Tesla's not worth as much as the market thinks it is. You say goodbye, I say hello. Too many Nazis, the real ones. Possibly. Not just Elon doing his heartfelt. Whoops. I'm in Europe and I'm mentioning the war again. I don't know. There was somewhat of a lefty echo chambery thing about it, and the censoring team. Well, they weren't called the censoring team. What were they called? The moderator team. The moderation was perhaps a little heavy-handed, especially during COVID. The cooperation with all of the social media, not just Twitter, but the cooperation between social media and governments was frightening. The way that the government said, no, this is how COVID is, and you weren't allowed to ask questions. You couldn't say, oh, but what about hydroxybutyl, or whatever. What was the horse paste one called? I'm falling. It's like I'm a CNN viewer. When they did the Joe Rogan thing and coloured him kind of green. Yeah, no. But yeah, I was perturbed by the amount when it turned out that there were whole departments liaising between governments and social media about what can and can't be said, and what stories should be suppressed. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I do sometimes. I'll speak too fast. I will use colloquialisms. Sometimes I will use posh, fancy long words, and yeah, sorry. I should try not to when we've got an international audience. I mean, I'm more likely to confuse the Americans than educated Europeans, but only joking, guys. Only joking. Top defense contractor, he won't go bust. He doesn't build things on a cost plus basis like the other ones. What's it called? Something Martin and Boeing. Those guys build things, and whatever they spend, they're going to get that back plus 50% or what. Elon's doing things. He sets a price for a job, and that's the price that he charges. I don't see that as it's not like a money pit. It's not a. You know what I'm saying? He just thinks different. It's more businessy. Like all contracts should be, really. You price a job, you build it. If you priced it wrong and you make a loss, that's life, isn't it? None of this. Whatever you spend, guys, whatever you spend, we'll give you double. That's just an incentive to spend extra. And wherever there's an incentive, that's the behavior you'll get. In any field, anywhere, especially with financial incentives, but human beings, if you incentivize them in a direction, that's the direction that they will tend to go. Um, a cat food of the same name. Okay. I thought it was a TV program, but I stand corrected. There was tariffs, but there's also the fact that Elon's market would tend to be progressive left. Tesla's market, I should say, would tend to be like California, where they go all out for renewables and stamping out internal combustion engines as soon as. So Tesla's market would tend to be progressive left. I'm not going to say far left, but progressive left. And now he didn't used to like Trump. He used to argue against Trump and said that Trump was too old to be president last time around. But now suddenly Elon's all on board, and he's trying to put himself at the heart of government, at the heart of Trump's kind of right-wing government, alienates the left, so they're not going to buy his Teslas, and not just not buy them, but they're out there damaging them and telling other people not to buy them and scratching them and setting fire to them, setting fire to dealerships. Could go bust quite easily. That paper valuation will plummet. Let's have a look. Scrolling. Elon's grandfather was one of the founders of the Technocratic Party of Canada. That kind of sounds unlikely to me because he's South African, isn't he? And now he's an African American. As the joke goes. I don't want to come off as racist because I'll be getting called far right again, but it is the joke, isn't it? That he is an African American. I've heard the thing about Elon, King of Mars. I wasn't sure it was a family member of his. I thought it was. I don't know. I don't know what I thought. Ivermectin, yeah. But we weren't allowed to talk about these things, and it's still looking, guys. It's still looking like vitamin D is one of the best preventative measures for COVID, which is still out there, but you hardly hear about it now, do you? Then again, here's one for you. Here's a factoid. We could go off on a tangent here. People assume that the flu and the cold, the common cold, have been around for like millennia. Now, the flu probably has been around a long time, but the common cold is only 250 years old. Before 250, I could be off by 10 or 20 years, but 250 years ago, the common cold, as we now call it, was new. Never existed before. New viruses come out all the time, and old ones disappear all the time. Where's Farmer going? I've got to read back now with Farmer to see where he's going with his sadomasochistic. Power of merchandising. Anything you sell, if you can sell a lot of it, you make a big profit. Oh, that's kind of true. I don't know where sadomasochistic came into it, but yeah. The moderation was a heavy-handed. But then again, to go with no moderation is the other extreme, isn't it? Or to try and just try and automate it and do it all with AI. The misinfo out there was massive. On both sides, I would say, when it's COVID related, I would say there was misinformation every which way. What you talking about, Willis? Different strokes. We had this the other day, didn't we? And I can't remember the name of the family again, Mister whatever he was called. Well done, well done. We're off on one here. I was part of the QAnon team. Twitter on was a commie platform. Free speech was not welcome. Ooh, controversial. I don't really know much about. Is QAnon? They're the ones that believe that there was organized child abuse beneath a pizza parlor, or that pizza was a code name. You bought a pizza for 50,000, and what you were really buying was a child that was being trafficked. Is that the basics of QAnon? That Hillary Clinton is a lizard person, that she's kind of a demon that eats children, and I don't fucking know, man. It all it gets a little bit too far for me. I like a nice conspiracy theory. I consider myself a conspiracy analyst. Hidden cities under pyramids and all that. It's all bollocks, but I like to read them and see what the theories are at least. But some of them are a bit too away with the fairies for me. I don't know that he can just fold Tesla. In theory, that was where his money was. Isn't it worth hundreds of billions on paper? And he used that money, he leveraged that money to get loans to buy Twitter. And probably to fund SpaceX when it was on the verge of bankruptcy. And the other thing that he did, he took SpaceX, was it SpaceX? Or no, he took Tesla money and built, what was his battery company called? The big battery storage, electrical storage company. That was done with Tesla money, but without the permission of the shareholders. If I remember correctly, there was some scandal about it all. Oh, they moved to South Africa. They're not like okay, in the 20s. Okay. Oh, the technocratic movement was. So tell me about technocratic movement. What was that about then? I mean, obviously, what technology ruling, or the people in charge of technology ruling? Farmar says far out, Mike. I don't know why. I'm lost when it comes to Farmar. He's either really out there or he's just way ahead of me with something, and I've missed. Whoosh, something's gone over. Cybertruck was a total joke. He says it nearly took the company down. No, if you slam the boot, either the boot, okay, boot, trunk, bonnet, hood. But if you slam either one of them down and your finger's in the way, it just gets chopped off. You put a carrot there and close that. People use the Cybertruck to slice slice vegetables. Yeah, it's got sharp corners. Yeah, everything about it. Corners on the insides, corners on the outsides. Yeah. Oh, this is interesting. The people with cancer taking a cocktail of drugs, including ivermectin, and getting declared cancer free. Because didn't Mel, the Australian bloke, Mad Max Mel, I can't think of his name. Gibson? Is that him? Lethal Weapon. Come on, talk to me, guys. He said the same when he was on Joe Rogan. He knew half a dozen people who'd been diagnosed with cancer and took a cocktail of drugs, including ivermectin, and they're all surviving good and strong. Oh, big whistle. Yeah. Okay, long words. Using long. Never use a short word when you can use nice, big, fancy long words. The original meaning of bombastic, Mr. Telefantastic, bombast, the art of using long words when short words would have done. It's a kind of a showy off thing, which is why the other bombastic that we use now means what it means. The original meaning was the showing off with big words. Give sadists a fair crack of the whip. Okay, I got that one. Pizzagate. Is that part of QAnon or not? Is that separate? Is that what we're saying? I don't know. I don't. Clueless about Q. I am, definitely. I probably merged 2 or 3 different conspiracy theories together. I wasn't that interested. It's not that I wasn't interested in it. I probably had other issues going on at the time. That bloke was QAnon, wasn't he? The bloke with the horns and the big sheepskin coat when they invaded, when they were invited in to the Capitol building. Some of those videos, they were invited in, a lot of them, in a lot of places. There was some initial violence of kicking doors and stuff, but after that, they were escorted in and received guided tours around the building, as far as I can tell. And one of the leading complainants, one of the leading officers or agents that complains about them, has been proven not to have been in the building he said he was in at the time. But anyway, we're verging on. What were we talking about? Was it all just conspiracy theories, or was there an actual topic before that? We got Elon Musk bubbling away in the background, and whether he's going to be bankrupt or not. So we've got Elon, we've got conspiracy theories, whether elites are running the world. We've got QAnon. We got a lot going on here, folks. We got a lot going on. How far behind am I? That says 39. It's 43, so I'm 4 or 5 minutes behind still. Let me catch up. Scientific elite ruling. Okay, this is the technocratic party. A scientific elite ruling over the rest in order to perfectly micromanage our resources, rule through technology. Yeah, that's broadly speaking where I was going with it. Mel Gibson. Oh, okay. I had it in mind that was something else or someone else. But I said it in the end. I thought I'd made a fool of myself and got it wrong. Mr. Bombastic, yeah, Telefantastic, da 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 da. Mr. Bombastic's from Canada. I didn't know you knew him. There is indeed a lot of stuff in the environment that probably shouldn't be there. Cancer's a tricky one. I read a book about the history of cancer. What was that called? It wasn't so much a book as an extended scientific paper, really, written in more of a readable, approachable for the public kind of thing. Yeah, about how it's not just one disease; it's a whole bunch of separate diseases, and we'll probably all have separate cures in the end, but or treatments at least. But we're starting to get there. I said the other week about some treatments, some totally inoperable cancers that now through either immunotherapy or gene editing, CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing is going to be the way forward for a lot of these things. But we need a way to speed up and make it cheaper. because it's customized. You take one person's cells or genes and analyze them, then you customize a virus to do something in a very specific way to that specific person's genes. We need to get better and quicker and cheaper with that idea. But yeah, Jake Chansley posed as QAnon, but he wasn't. Okay. Yeah, I'm with you, Tom. So I picked you up. Sorry, I was a bit slow on the uptake, but yeah. Behind, only a few now. Okay. Oh, I'm here. Unless chat's frozen on me. Reading about it, there's a big correlation between viruses and cancers. Could well be. Could well be, because viruses do change DNA in the host. Which is why CRISPR-Cas9 uses viruses to come on in and make the edits that it does. It's how CRISPR-Cas9 works. Yeah, white paint with lead. Petrol had lead in it. Pencils, not the graphite in the middle, which people always used to call lead, but the paint on the outside of pencils often had lead in it, and kids chewed their pencils. Yeah. Also, what's the other stuff? Asbestos. Asbestos is so small and so tiny when it sticks in, it can actually split DNA. It's so it causes damage and mutations. Yeah. At least one of them does. Big Clive's the expert on this, because one of them's more spirally in nature. You've got your blue and your white. One of them's more spirally, and one of them's more sharp and pinpricky. Yeah, brain damage, lead, yeah. Parasite infestations. Tumors are parasite nests. Biopsies break the nests and spread the parasites. That sounds a little bit, what would I say? Not sure. I'm sure. Oh, definitely. You say parasites. I don't know, because look how. Let me think now. Let me get my terminology right. Bacteria caused stomach ulcers. But not only that, someone who had Helicobacter pylori, which is the bacteria in question, H. pylori, they would get stomach ulcers, but also an increased risk of heart attacks, strokes, and was it lung disease? I think it was lung disease. And it all probably stemmed from the same. So, what you're finding now, because Barry Marshall, an Australian, if I remember correctly, got the Nobel Prize, he gave himself Helicobacter pylori. He gave himself accidentally, without knowing. He just knew he'd identified this bacteria, so he just drank a glass of it. Not a bit of water with a bit of bacteria in it. He took a mega, and he was riddled to shit with the stuff. And then he took the appropriate antibiotic to kill it. But because he did that and identified that, people now don't get the stomach ulcers, or if they do, they get the treatment. And you're seeing all these heart diseases and these other things. The incidence is falling over time. It's not an instant thing, but over time, because the virus or whatever probably needed 20, 30 years to cause maximum damage. So if you're killing that virus off early, as soon as someone gets any hint of stomach ulcers. The heart disease and heart attacks and some of these other things are falling off. So I don't know whether I would say parasite. What kind of parasite would you have said? You're talking about like an animal, like worms and things. Okay. I'm open to the idea. I'll have a read around and see whether I can find anything on that. But keep it away from the human genome. Well, they use it in treatments for diseases, but not in the genital area. We don't want to make changes. So far, as I understand it, we haven't made changes within the reproductive area that would be passed on to the next generation. So any CRISPR stuff is targeted towards specific parts of the body or specific genes that aren't working, but not in the I haven't got the terminology, I haven't got the words, but nothing that would be passed on. Short-circuited cells. That's kind of where I would have gone. Stomach ulcers and increased risk of heart attacks and stroke. Sounds like speed. Okay, I'll believe you. They are finding links in other animals between the stomach and the brain, like the stomach controls the brain to some extent, which would fit with the biome, you know. But you've also got, what do you call that, with the nucleation, where switches get turned on and off, not the DNA itself, but the epigenetics, isn't it? Epigenetics. Yeah. Hold on, where am I here? I've lost myself. Am I further back than I thought? I am, because that says 45. I've gone backwards, folks. I've gone backwards. It jumped. Yeah, white paint. Yeah, ivermectin, CRISPR. Okay, and it's jumped right at the bottom. RNA. Epigenetics is where I was going with that. I'm not a fan of these new. Let's not say I'm not a fan. What's the other letter they put before RNA on the new batch of inoculations? The stuff that came out for COVID. mRNA, isn't it? mRNA. I'm not a fan. I don't think those have proven themselves, and I think actually the evidence is pointing to the more doses of the jab you got, the more likely you were to catch it again over time. That's the last that Dr. John Campbell. That's the last I heard about that. mRNA. Yeah. Oh, suddenly everybody had ADHD. Then again, I could say the same about, and I did a couple of weeks ago. I could say the same about, where was I going? Asthma. When I was a kid, there was like one kid in school who had asthma. I mean, like literally, there was one kid had asthma, and now it's like every third kid's got it. That that's got to be overdiagnosed. There can't have been that big a rise in it. I'm wondering if it's not like a social contagion. Convince people that they've got it, and then everybody wants to have it. They've been making crazy CRISPR chimeras and other exotic stuff for a decade or more. China maybe. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about anything too extravagant in the West. Didn't China do it with kids? They did it. They did it with embryos, if I remember correctly, and brought one to term or two. twins, maybe, perhaps. But you're never going to find the full story because China. Yeah, Ritalin is it's a form of speed, isn't it? And it's used to help with concentration and stuff. Yeah, like you say. But then it became the drug of choice of what do they call them? Soccer mums. They call it in America, don't they? Strange term. Seeing football is like a it's seen as almost a girl's sport, isn't it? I don't know. I'm reading backwards. I've started at the bottom and I'm reading up. Okay, I've caught up. Stomach ulcers an increased risk. I think I was there. Okay, back to the bottom and see what I've missed. mRNA. I couldn't get the word. What's it? Vaccination. Why could I not remember the word vaccination before? Because my brain doesn't always connect. It doesn't always trigger. If we've got anybody else lurking out there, folks, feel free to come and introduce yourself in chat. We're a friendly bunch, generally. We're not always this conspiracy theory focused. I'm happy to take conversations elsewhere if anybody's got the topics. But I do like a good tangent from tangent from tangent. You see, chimera is an interesting word because somebody who receives a bone marrow transplant becomes a chimera. Chimeric blood is a thing where somebody can give a blood sample that's a different DNA from the rest of their body. So you got to be careful it's not a word that gets bandied about too much. You're not meaning like adding like a jellyfish or a firefly gene to an animal so it glows in the dark. Is that where we're going with your chimeric stuff? Maybe, possibly. Depends how crazy you want to get. 8-ball. We're on drugs, aren't we? That's a measure of drugs, an 8-ball. It's also a little thing that randomizes answers to you. I do believe you might be correct. Maybe, possibly. We don't have that in Britain. Because pool, the 8-ball and the game, yeah. It's not the same here. Maybe we scare. Oh, there was 10 people, now we're down to 9. We are scaring people away. Small word, vaccination, comes from vache, meaning cow, if I remember correctly. French, probably, because of that Pasteur bloke. He of the milk. Man, bear, pig. Okay, now we're on South Park. Man, bear, pig. Was that Patrick Duffy? Or was that a totally different episode where someone had Patrick Duffy on the bottom of their leg? 65 years and you forget loads. What am I, 56 and I forget everything. No enhancing soldiers, super souls. Interesting word. We've got a bar down here called Super Soul. You were meaning super soldiers, maybe. I don't know. Although you've already said that. Well, enhancing super. That's how you end up with a Kurt Russell, isn't it? I think he did a film called Soldier. There we go. She said, come on over, there's nobody home. I went over, there was nobody home. There we go. Oh, I know Man Bear Pig. Well, I can't remember whether I'd got exactly the right episode, but yeah, South Park. I love South Park. I'm years behind with it. I didn't even know it was still going until they had a controversy a while back. Was it Disney? It was Disney, wasn't it? They were taking the piss out of Disney. Put a chick in it and make her gay, which has been Hollywood for the past. Well, so it goes back to my dislike of Disney Star Wars, the recent. Well, it's not a recent trilogy, but the trilogy with Rey. It's all right for a film to have a female lead. It's all right for the female lead to be gay, but do they have to be everywhere all the time in everything? The race swapping and the gender swapping in everything just got too much. We always had female leads. You know, people will hold up the obvious examples. Ripley in Alien and Aliens and all the other follow-ons. Sativa on his way out. Okay, mate. Hasta luego. Hasta la próxima, even. Till next time. Have I got beer left? I've still got beer, yeah? Oh, I'm still here, guys. How slow am I? Are we on 3 hours? I didn't even notice. How long do you think we'll go tonight? The chat's gone off the rails. Oh. Every now and again, we get the conspiracy theorists coming over, and we debate the merits of different. Drinking slowly is a virtue. Slow beer mode. Yeah, I activated that in the YouTube app before we came live. Slow mode. Guys, if there's anybody out there who's lurking, come and join us. Come and say hello. Tell us where you are. What country are you in? What city or town's nearest? How's the weather? Bring a topic. You got some science news or tech news. There are updates, folks. If you were here, Karen's off to bed. Okay. Night, Karen. Hope we haven't bored you too much. Where was I going? Oh, for those of you that were here the other day when we did the Lewis Rossman story, there's updates. So I'll give a quick recap for anyone that didn't see it. Lewis Rossman is a tech guy online, a couple of million followers, 1.5 million at least. Can't remember the exact numbers. Yeah, Karen works hard. Lewis Rossman, couple of million followers, let's say, got the ear of a billionaire. Campaigns that you should have the right to own and control things that you've paid for, and that nobody should be able to flick a switch on the internet and take it away from you. Guy in Australia was selling some software for a few $100s to help repair technicians repair PlayStations. The guy was installing spyware within his software, monitoring what his customers had on their computer, and if they installed somebody else's software as well, he would flick the switch and make his software that they've bought from him, he would make it not work anymore. But he didn't refund them their hundreds of dollars, so he keeps their money, and in any interactions with people, he was just a total... cunt is the only word for it. The guy was bizarrely confrontational and mocking and psychotic, basically. Or what's the other one that's not a psychopath? Sociopath. Something about him wasn't right. And people started digging into who this guy was, and they found his business registration number, which ties to an identity, and even if you change names, this number doesn't change. And they find a gap in this guy's business history when they look at the records. Had a business for this long, disappeared for 4 years, had a business again, same identity number, different name. That's bizarre. And then they start searching for these names. And look at this. Look, I told you I should have plugged my phone in and I didn't. So they start searching for this guy's name and they find a criminal record, a particularly vile criminal record for this guy. And so people start passing information about and saying, is this definitely the same guy? And accidentally, the guy confirms that it was him by putting in a privacy complaint to YouTube saying, from there to there in this video, they're talking about me, they're violating my privacy. What? When they're talking about the paedophilic criminal record of the scum that got jailed for the 4 years where you've got a gap, where you've got a 4-year gap in your business history. Was it 4 years or 8 years? The original sentence was 12 and it got reduced. So whichever way it was. Anyway, so here that's the story as it was. Lewis Rossman, with his millions of followers, intervenes where this guy isn't refunding people when he's retracting their software, stopping it working, and he's definitely spying on them, which is a crime in Australia and in most other places anyway. And the more we go, the more crimes are being uncovered. Turns out this same guy was selling mobile phone blockers, interfering with signals, which is illegal pretty much everywhere because it interferes with people's ability to call emergency services. You can't just block phones willy-nilly just because you feel like it. Anyway, this guy keeps doing takedowns of Lewis Rossman. He keeps putting complaints to YouTube, trying to get videos taken down. And Lewis didn't know this, but in Australian YouTube blocked access to some of the videos about this guy. Not only that, you remember I said about this identification number that's provided by the Australian government and which is on a Australian government website. It mysteriously disappears from the government websites. You now can't look this guy up. You get a message saying this record has been redacted or secured, hidden, whatever. So basically what you've got is a government not acting on tip-offs about a guy doing crimes, YouTube running cover for the guy, hiding the videos that reveal him, within Australia at least, and then you've got the Australian government protecting the guy's identity to some extent by hiding this identification number. I think it's called something like an ABN, Australian business number or something. So yeah, the guy's trying to take down Lewis Rossman's videos and the Aussie government seem to be running interference for him. And he's threatening, not libel, the other one, defamation. You know, he's threatening, but it's all true and it's all documented. Yeah. Okay, if I might. Yeah, well put. I'm not sure I can say that here, but yeah. Perhaps there's a reason he was so confident in his sleazery. Yeah. I mean, originally, his original crime was getting malicious software, spyware, onto kids' computers and blackmailing teenage girls into doing things that teenage girls didn't want to do. And then he recorded it and started spreading it around on the internet and selling it in the dark web and what have you. But bragging about how much control he had over them, reveling in the fact, like I said about being either a sociopath or a psychopath, I've never ever been able to distinguish the two. I read the definitions and read the definitions and read the definitions. I can't, I don't detect a difference in the, when I read about what a sociopath is and what a psychopath is. To me, it comes out as the same. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm not intelligent enough to get. It's like the difference between tactics and strategy. Never computes. Hey, Josie. Hello, hello. But yeah, so that's the thing. The fact that this guy's trying to target Lewis Rossman, and the fact that both YouTube and the Australian government seem to be trying to run interference for him. Bizarre. There's definitely bad behaviour. Um, evil as a concept or as an entity, I don't know. Paul LaRue, give me a clue. Paul LaRue's not a name I'm familiar with. David. He taunted his victims, yeah. Both back when he was doing the spyware on little girls, and also when he retracted software from computer engineers. He taunt them, laugh at them, try and make them give ID, even though they've got receipts that they're the ones who paid the money for the software. And he just laugh at them, and yeah, he's he's a disturbed individual. But I just find it really interesting that there's clear evidence of his other crimes. Possessing, using, or distributing these mobile phone blockers is a crime in Australia. Rather than acting on the tip off that this guy's a criminal and that he's a convict who's basically probably out on parole, there are probably terms and conditions of his release. So further reports of criminality should lead to him being worked back inside. Like I said, the original sentence was for 12 years, and he served either 8 or 4. The numbers, there's an 8 in there and there's a 4 in there, and I'm not sure which way around they are, basically. It adds up to 12. But further reports of further crime with evidence not getting acted upon, but the Australian government protecting him and removing his entries from public records, from public display of the records. I mean, the data's still going to be there behind the scenes, but why are they hiding it and making it not be public, stopping it from being public? It's very bizarre. But like I said, Lewis Rossman's got his millions of followers that are on the job and are digging into it. He's got the backing of a billionaire if he needs protection against defamation kind of litigation. So he'll be all right. He'll be all right. He's not short of a bob or two in his own right, obviously. But yeah, yeah. Lewis Rossman, he's got involved in a big. Well, he's not involved in the scandal. He's involved in uncovering a scandal. Uh, yeah, been a lot of activity on that the last couple of weeks. If there's no evil, there can't be good. Yeah, I mean, possibly. Yeah, two sides of the same coin. Oh, he's definitely. I'd say he's the biggest in his original niche of electronics and board repair. When he used to just sit there repairing the motherboards of Apple computers, and then he'd give talk. He'd talk through the repair, but he'd also talk about business and about ethics and about morality and yeah, things in general. But over time, he kind of became a bit more political because of his campaigning about the right to repair and the right to own and control the things that you've bought. You've bought it, it's yours. You want to take a sledgehammer to it, you should be able to. If you need to take it to a shop and ask someone to repair it, it shouldn't be up to Apple whether you're allowed to do that or not. Apple shouldn't be allowed to make it so that if you replace the screen of your iPhone, it won't work anymore without them running some software over it, because they've built chips into things to key them. So your phone's stored like an ID number for the part it had. And even if you get a real iPhone screen from another phone and put it on this phone, even if you do a perfect job, it won't work properly because the IDs in the chips don't match unless you've taken it to a proper authorized Apple repair shop and been charged more for the repair than an actual iPhone costs. In some cases, they've been documented doing these things. What do they call it? They're the ones with the genius bar. Yeah. Come on, Mike, read my comment about him with the customers being doctors. Oh, the gynecology one. No, with the ladies present, we don't want to be throwing words like that around. But yeah. The World Wide Web is making it easy to be and to do evil. People will always, any communication method will make some things easier and what we do with it. So when the mail system was kind of invented, Queen Victoria with a penny black stamp, when the mail system and people could communicate, crimes would probably have been happening because people were passing messages. When the telephone was invented, certain crimes would be more prevalent because people could organize things more quickly. And the internet's just a next step. Do we blame the web or is it just human nature? Also, folks, over time, here's a kind of a philosophical point, I guess. There are more crimes. There are more things that is it us as a society that deem them to be crimes? Or is it just governments and lawyers? It's one of the dangers about solicitors or lawyers becoming senior politicians. Their solution to everything is new laws. Even where we already have laws that cover a circumstance, they can't help themselves but bring in a new law. And over time, the number of laws, the amount of laws builds to the point where no human can know all the laws. So isn't it estimated that we break 7 laws a day on average? This might be America specific. But there's something like that. Usually you're breaking some tax law without knowing it. Plus there's all sorts of driving regulations and laws that you don't know about. Like not being allowed to drive in flip-flops. But there's all these things, there's all these laws, and you don't even know they're the law. I saw a video the other day. Guy parked his car facing the wrong way on the road. That will usually that potentially can get you a ticket because you haven't got the red reflectors in the right place for traffic. But also, there was a dropped curb because it was his driveway. He basically parked across his own driveway and got a ticket because the owner of the house might have wanted to get in. But he is the owner of the house. All these things that you can get tripped up on just because there's more and more and more laws all the time. So yeah, does the internet make evil or make doing wrong more likely? Probably. But is it the internet's fault or is it just people? Of course you're allowed. What? Not allowed. Don't be doing puns on people who speak other languages. It's difficult. You're doing tricks with words with people who might not be as fluent as you. That's why we don't do Apple I've always been against. Okay, let's backtrack. In the 90s, okay, Microsoft ruled the tech world. Microsoft were the big. They were the what's the phrase? The 200-pound gorilla? That's not right, is it? Gorillas must weigh a lot more than 200 pounds. I weigh 200 pounds. Anyway, Microsoft was the big leader in tech, and Apple were a struggling, almost a non-entity. Microsoft wanted to introduce an online store and take a 10 or 15% cut of sales of what back then we called programs and now everybody just calls apps. But Microsoft wanted an online store and to take a percentage. And the percentage was 10 or 15. And Apple got together and they got these other tech companies and tried to block Microsoft from having this online store, and also complained to the EU about Microsoft's dominance in browsers. Internet Explorer ruled the world, even though it was a terrible browser. And everybody knew, we said, if ever Apple was the big company, they'd be straight in there with their own online store, and they'd charge a lot more than 10% or 15% commission. And there they are now, 30%. And not just on what they sell through the store, but if you have an app that you sell through the Apple Store, and then that app allows in-app purchases, they want 30% of every sale that app ever gets. So as well as getting 30% of the initial sale, the initial app sale, they want 30. So if you have a magazine, and so you sell an app for your magazine, and then people buy each monthly episode of the magazine through the app, Apple want 30% of every magazine sale in perpetuity that happens through that app. 30. And they blocked Microsoft because of 10 or 15%. Unbelievable. And then the way that they deliberately make devices unrepairable or difficult to repair, gluing the battery to the screen, to the back of the screen, so that you just have to replace the whole thing. And in some laptops, it's glued to the back of the keyboard. So if you have a simple, like typically, like normal computer keyboards cost $10 or $15. But if you need to replace your Apple MacBook keyboard, it's going to cost you $300, $400, $500 because the battery and the motherboard are kind of glued to the back of the keyboard when they don't need to be. But it's one unit and you have to replace the whole unit, not just the keyboard. That kind of thing. Yeah, and Lewis Rossman complains about that a lot. Lady, that's no lady, I'm from Amsterdam. Okay. Oh, the printers, it has to be an original cartridge. I think I mentioned this, you weren't here the other day. Printer ink is probably the most valuable substance on the planet. If you measure it per litre or per gallon, it's ridiculous. They sell you this little cartridge with, what is it, 10 millilitres or something for 20 or 30 euros, dollars, pounds. They're all the same now, more or less. But they sell this tiny cartridge with 25 millilitres of something in. And you're thinking, okay, so a litre is like 40 of those at 30 euros a time. That's 1,200. That's 1,200 euros per litre. I'm pulling some of these numbers out of nowhere, but that kind of thing. You compare that to the cost of petrol, gas if you're American. Compare that to the price of beer or the price of rocket fuel. It's ridiculous. Printers, yeah. Oh, and Adobe. Everything now, subscription. You're basically renting software. I hate that. which is why I would, if I had a computer, I would be on the high seas. I would be on the Pirate Bay, which gets blocked here in Spain and most of Europe. But obviously, you just need a VPN to get around that rubbish, or knowledge of a better torrenting site and software. And if you know your way around computers, these things are readily available. Um, yeah, blackmailing teenagers into things that they shouldn't be doing is it can lead to dark places. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, which car company was it? Mercedes or BMW? If you wanted the heat in the seat, if you if you want, so all of the cars are sold with heated seats, but it's connected by computer and by internet. And if you haven't paid your subscription, they flick a switch and turn it off, and your car seat's no longer nice and warm. That's what they wanted. It created such an outcry, they just had to stop. But Lewis Rossman was right at the heart of that as well. You've bought it. You've paid. What are you paying for a BMW? 50, 70, 90,000 pounds, dollars, euros. Take your pick. They're all the same. And at the end of it, they want to nickel and dime you. They want a small charge each month so that you can have warm seats. And you only want the warm seat in winter anyway, so you end up with an annual subscription. You're paying for it in June and July, even though you're not going to use it. They're not daft, are they? They're not daft. Okay, I'm with you. That was Farmer. I got you. Is it still law that you have to practice archery on a Sunday? I believe it is. I believe it is. That's why they play darts in pubs. We have so many laws that have not been repealed. My personal idea is that for each new law that comes out, they should have to repeal two old laws. Take two old laws off the book for every new or updated law. And they also shouldn't be allowed to bunch a whole load of different things into one law. A law should be a self-contained. It shouldn't be about 5 different topics. It should be about that. Some of the bills that get passed in America, well, like when you wanted to do your budgets, and you get this 500-page document, and they're sneaking 20 pages that are about nothing to do with what the title of the bill is or what the topic should be, but these other things get just snuck in by the back door. Yeah, no, we shouldn't be allowing any of that. There's one in America that I heard about it's illegal to drive a car with an ice cream in your back pocket. Now, whoever brought that law out must have had good intentions. There must have been an incident where someone's gone in the shop, bought a packaged ice cream, in a wrapper, put it in his back pocket while he gets his keys or something, and he gets into the seat and gets startled by he's sat on the ice cream, gets startled by it, and has crashed the car or something. There must be a reason that someone brought that law in. But do you really need a new law to cover that one-off specific incident? Aren't the normal laws about driving without due care and attention sufficient to cover that kind of thing? Or maybe you just accept that, hey, that's an accident, it's probably never going to happen again, and just let it go. Why do you need a new law? I mean, the new law is not going to apply retroactively to the guy who just did it. And it's never going to happen again. How often does someone put an ice cream in their back pocket? But yeah. This is what happens when you allow lawyers into power. They write new laws. Eels in a secure tube at all times. Is that real? Epsons with the big tanks. Yeah, you get some of those infinite ones as well, don't you? Where it's just a pipe going into the bottle or whatever, and you can just keep changing the bottles. There are machines now. You pay more for the machine, because that was always the thing. They sold the actual printer at a loss, and the thing with the ink was to make back their money from the loss leader from selling you the machine. I'd far rather pay fair rate for the machine and get the inks cheap. That's just common sense. Farmer. Laser printers with a toner. It doesn't dry, yeah, because it is dry. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing with inkjet printers, isn't it? If you don't use them for a week or two, you use half the ink running the cleaning, running the head cleaning routine, and printing test pages. And if you're unfortunate, if you've got one of those printers where it's 3 inks in one cartridge, the 3 colours and a separate black cartridge, and if the yellow runs out first, that's it. The other inks are just no good. You're just throwing them all away. Yeah, no. The Pirate Bay is long freeze, no new torrents. I'm sure I still access it one way or another. Well, no, not directly actually. In Europe, your access to it's restricted. I was pretty sure it was still out there though. If you use a VPN and go outside Europe, I could be wrong. I tend to use apps that search for torrents now. One app to do the searching and a separate one to do the downloading and managing of the files. But I'm working just on a phone. I haven't got anything. Well, I've got a tablet, but most things I do just through the phone. No laptop or anything more powerful. Because, folks, I've still got my 2 terabyte hard drive that should be able to connect to phones, and I should be able to use it. But it's got the mildest of problems with the file allocation table. At some point, it didn't disconnect or unmount cleanly. And so there's a little bit of just corruption. You know how it works. There's 2 copies of the file allocation table, or whatever the modern equivalent's called. And before every edit, before every change to a file, one copy gets changed, the change gets made to the file, and then the second change gets made in the other copy. And if ever you plug that hard drive in, and these 2 tables don't match, Windows will say, oh, there seems to be a little bit of an error here. Do you want me to correct it? And you just click yes. It takes 5 seconds and you're done. Your phone, on the other hand, when it detects the error in the 2 tables, doesn't offer to correct it. It says, shall we format that hard drive for you? No, I've got 250 gigabytes of stuff on there that I want. Don't fucking reformat my hard drive, thank you very much. And so for over a year now, maybe 18 months, I've been hoping someone would loan me a laptop for 5 minutes. I don't need to loan the laptop like for days or weeks or an hour. Plug in the USB connector. Wait for Windows to say, oh, there's an error, do you want me to fix it? Yes, please. And it might chug away for 30 seconds or 5 minutes, whatever it might be. And at the end, it's done and it's fixed and it's fine. The loan of a laptop for 5 minutes. That's all I need, folks. 2 terabyte hard drive sat here, and I'm having to delete every time I make a video. I have to delete, after I've uploaded it to YouTube, I have to delete the video from here, and I have to delete the 5 or 10 clips that went together to make the video. I'm constantly juggling disk space or storage space. There's no disk involved anymore. But technology. Is that right about connecting phones to car stereos? I know that smart TVs do this kind of thing. Your smart TV watches a certain square on the screen, and by running some calculation, creating a kind of a fingerprint, a mathematical ID of what's on that, and testing it against a database, they can tell what channel you're watching, or what film or whatever you're watching on Netflix or whatever, and your smart TV is constantly reporting that back to somebody. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. All these people are constantly scraping our data and collecting it and cataloging it and building a profile of us to try and sell us the next thing, or to package the data and sell it to somebody else for them to try and sell us things. Spain has always been a high piracy using country. Some years ago, the US Embassy lobbied the government, passed a new law strict with copyright violations. We are a vassal country, a vassal state. Wow, didn't know that, David. I'll have to be careful. There's nothing wrong with your writing, my friend. It's better than Thomas's was the other day. Typing from the phone, it's all I can type with. Am I up to date, folks? Is that real? That says 135, 136. I got 137 here, so yeah. Unless it skipped, I'm up to date again, folks. Wow. What are we going to talk about now then? That's the good. When I fall behind, that's the good thing. I've got material to come down and work with. Once I've caught up, I have to be careful with my piracy. If they've got strict laws about it, the man is always listening. Yeah. I normally take the opinion that most piracy laws aren't aimed at the actual individuals. Maybe the person who's doing the sharing of files. Although there are legitimate uses for torrents and for sharing files, spreading about Linux distributions and so forth. People who self-publish can put their books out there after a while, but yeah, caught up. I'm at the end. No, don't go after individuals. It's the people. Yeah, the people who are publishing the films and things. Especially if this, probably more so if it's with a commercial interest. If they're selling copies of pirated software or films. Josie will have a laptop with her in September, but no internet on it. Oh, I got internet here. Yeah, use it with Wi-Fi. Yeah, yeah. I It's like when I use my tablet. The tablet doesn't do internet, only does Wi-Fi, but the phone becomes my hotspot. I open it up and other devices connect. The EcoFlow insists every now and again on connecting to the internet and having my location, and it won't do it without the location data. I have to turn my location on, otherwise China won't let me change settings on my EcoFlow. I think what she means, Fama, is that she's got internet in the house, but the laptop doesn't do internet direct, only over Wi-Fi. So in the house she's fine, but if she brings the laptop out, it's no good. But I can open an internet connection here for things like that, but don't need to for what I need, just to connect this hard drive to a laptop and let it run its little correction routine. How about here, folks? I've got coffee still, haven't I, that I haven't finished. This one will be cold. That one possibly It won't still be hot this late in, but it'll still be tepid. Finish that one. Oh. Sorry, folks, you'll get a close-up of me probably, aren't you? Have a look. How hot is this? Surprisingly warm after 4 hours. I made it about 20 minutes before we went live, I think. So yeah. LT, I think, was short for laptop. Abbreviating laptop, making a short word, the LT that you used to signify laptop, if we're understanding you correctly. No, for what I need, it doesn't need to have internet, Josie. No, just it's literally, you know, when you plug something in to your computer and it goes beep bop, that, and something will pop up and say there's an error with your hard drive. Do you want me to fix it? And I'll say yes, and the computer just does it. Doesn't need internet for what I'm stuck with. Abbreviating, making a short word or a shortening of a word. A contraction, to shorten a word. Oh, that'd be great if nobody else has let me do it already, you know, before then. Yeah. I've been waiting a year and nobody's been, or 18 months maybe, and nobody's been able to help. It's fantastic. Right, a guy, Owen he was called, Eoghan, Irish guy, contacted me when I first started pretty much when I first started the channel, and asked what was the thing that I needed the most. And I told him that some other people had been helping me, and I'd got almost everything I needed. The biggest pain I was having, the biggest trouble I was having was every time I made a video, the phone was getting fuller and fuller. And I wanted to keep all of the videos and all of the clips, all of the short videos that I make, and the longer video when I join them together. I wanted to keep them all because I don't really trust YouTube. YouTube could fall out with me. They could disagree with something I say, and all of my videos would be gone. And I don't have a copy of any of them because I don't have the storage. Didn't have the storage space. And so this guy offered. He says, "Well, what do you need? SD cards or a hard drive or?" And he bought me a 2 terabyte hard drive. He brought me this watch. He brought this to me. He brought. Oh, let me pick this up. The tablet that I use. So when I put my phone on to charge, I'll open the internet connection and I'll use this tablet. He brought that. He brought a lot of I think he gave me a little speaker as well. I think that was him. Could have been someone else, but yeah, no, fantastic. And I think he was the first person to bring me a cold beer as well. I think Damien might have, but they would have been around the same time. Yeah, okay, well, okay. Has my chat stopped updating, or is nobody saying anything? Fantastic, super bombastic. Thomas, you speak Dutch. And a lot of your languages are a lot more interchangeable than, how would you put it? If there's more of a Germanic root to them. Yeah, I like to keep as much myself, but when I'm just working from a phone, I think I've got 128 gigabytes on this. Well, it's not even that. I think that's the total capacity of the built-in storage, but the operating system takes 20 or so. So there's about 100 gigs on here for me to use. There's certain apps downloaded and stored. I do have some films and the occasional TV series stored on here, which came in handy when the internet went off the other week, when the power cut. I didn't lose internet this last week when Telefonica messed up. I still had internet all through that. I didn't even notice that. Weirdly, it was people in the UK that told me that the internet was out in Spain, that the internet was down. And for me, it never was. I don't think Lebara have anything to do with Telefonica. Telefonica are some of the other big providers. Oh, wow. You think you might have an old laptop lying around? I can make anything work. I'm good with computers. I can clean them off, speed them up, put new software on. Um, um, uh, Josie, absolutely, absolutely. That would be absolutely amazing. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how old or slow or beaten up or damaged. I'll make stuff work. I'm good with computers. I am good with computers. Um, Used to be my living. The rain in Spain falls mainly on me, Fama. I've got a whole playlist of it. Storms, winds, torrential downpours, flooding. Did you see the video the other day? It didn't rain heavy for very long, and yet I had a river flowing past on the road here. Well, a stream. But that shouldn't be there. That stream should not have happened. Whatever day that was. I don't know what day that was. Back end of this week one day, Thursday maybe. Could it be? I just laid in bed all day and watched the TrampCast. Was it the TrampCast special? No, it wasn't. It was a TrampCast Hangout from last Sunday. Was that a 6 or 7 hour one? I watched that one day this week because it just rained all day. But it didn't rain. It rained lightly for most of the day with the occasional heavy, like half an hour. And I took Tina out and there was a literal stream running down the side of the road, which shouldn't happen because of the earthworks, the groundworks that they've done, the ditch they've built at the top, or dug. You don't build a ditch, do you? You dig a ditch. Um, yeah, the rain in Spain falls on me, my friend. Especially when I was in the old tent and my mattresses got wet and I was laying in water. That would be most impressive, Josie. Thank you. Um, don't if when you look, it turns out you don't have one, or you find another use for it. Don't worry. But Keith, hello, my friend. Keith asks, "Is it warm here?" I think so. I am. Hence the arms are out. Well, that and the fact that I trimmed my beard and the hair went all over the other t-shirt, so I had to put something new on. But it's fairly warm. Shoulders are actually just getting a little bit cooler, but it is, and I'm lying on the bed, not in the bed. It is 10 to 2 in the morning. But yeah, I'm all right. Oh, thank you, Josie. No, no more rain. It rained. What day would that have been? It was either Wednesday or Thursday, I think. I don't think it was Friday, was it? Or was it? What day was the anniversary of the channel? Hold on. It was the 23rd. So Sunday was the 25th. That makes it Friday, doesn't it? It rained all day Friday, apparently. as best I can calculate these things. I put a video out that it rained all day and then it was sunny the next day. It was back to normal. Back to normal, nice and sunny and too warm inside the tent. But where else can I go? My dog can't get anywhere. There's no shade in this field at all. So we sit in the tent, we plug the electric fan in, and we hope that some nice person brings us some cold beer every now and again. My cool box just isn't doing it. It's not working properly. It's just not getting cool enough. 20 degrees inside the cool box just isn't cool enough. A fridge would be around 3 degrees. The cool box, ideally, you'd want around 10. I'd make do with 13 like it got to last year. This year it's not getting below 20. And it's my own fault. I left it out. I left it outside in winter with food in. I didn't realise that there wasn't much, just a little bit in the bottom, but it was enough to get a colony of insects going, and then they've clogged up the gubbings, clogged up the works. I cleared one set of. So the way these cool boxes work, you've got a surface, you've got a fan and a mechanism this side, and the other side of that surface is some more mechanism. Well, I've cleared out the one side, so obviously I cleared out the box itself, but I've cleared out the mechanism on the underside of this surface, but that's the bottom of the lid. On the top of that surface, that's inside the lid, and you can't just undo a screw and get in. There's no obvious route in. So it looks like plastic has to be pried open with what's called a spudger, and that's what it looks like. I'm not technical enough to know what I'm looking at. There'll be electrics in there. I don't know. But yeah, I want to get my cool box cool again. Don't thank me, I only give it through. You're just passing it along. But no, that's fantastic. I've been asking for 18 months if anybody could just lend me a laptop for 5 minutes, and now you're saying that you've got one that you might be able to give me. I mean, that's tremendous. Yeah. Farmer says, shut up and accept the thanks. Make space in your home. To put away next to you when you move. Oh, when you move to. Oh, you're moving here permanently. Okay. Make space in your home. I'm with you. I understand. Digital nomad. That's what I kind of intended to be when I kind of came here. I had visions of. My business was still running in the UK, and I had visions of sitting next to the pool with the laptop, and someone would contact me and something had gone wrong, and I would, oh, go on, I'll put my beer down and I'll get the laptop and I'll fix it. And it was like that for a little while, just not for long enough. People left the company, and I ended up having to do more and more of the work, and I would maybe be out having breakfast somewhere and something would go wrong and there was nobody else to fix it. and I'd have to rush back to the apartment. I'm not walking around Spain with a laptop. Some jobs I could do from my phone. I could FTP into a server and edit a file or something, or SSH in and run some commands. But after a while, it just wasn't working anymore. I don't want to be buying more. The box I've got should be fine. It just needs it's cleaning. Whatever the cooling mechanism is, Peltier or whatever, it's probably coated with dead insects. So it needs someone to get in and just brush it clear, because the insects, they're in the insect bodies, they're going to be dead, but the insect bodies will be coating it and stopping the heat transfer, stopping the cooling. I don't want to be going off and buying another. I can't spend 120 euros every year on a new cooler. Yeah. The alternative is just to buy a bag of ice once a week and put it in the box and just don't bother with the electrics. Just use it as a standard cooler. Just I don't know what you'd call it, a non electronic cooler, an insulated box with cold inside. Okay. Josie and Peter they're gonna be drawing a pension. Nice. It would help if I could get an address somehow. Is that what you're saying, Farmer? Getting an address. I've bought stuff from Temu and had it delivered here. The man in the tent opposite Repsol, Cala de la, what's the place called? Zora, Zora, Cala with a single L, not road, but cove. Cala de la Zora, or Zora. Yeah. The man in the big blue tent opposite Repsol, Cala de la Zora. We've tried a few different. I had something from AliExpress, which got here, and I had something from Temu get here. But I've had people in other parts, like when my phone broke, I was able to say on, was I on Big Clives or was I on Scruff Dogs? I was able to say, hey guys, my phone's broken, it's not accepting a charge, I've got 10% power, I'm going to be out of power. When it's gone, it's gone. And a couple of blokes asked me my address. Chipmunk was one, and there was another guy who seems to have disappeared. And they were offering to send me phones, and they both tried, and neither got here. Chippy's was returned. Chippy's was blocked at customs because he'd not filled in all the paperwork properly, and the other guys, allegedly they tried to deliver, and it allegedly went back, but I don't think it ever got there. It certainly didn't get here. They said they'd tried delivering and failed, and they said it was being returned, and I don't think he got it back. You don't think you'd be able to keep the humour if you're in my position? I don't know that I've got too much in the way of humour. I don't know. Alcohol helps, but then the first, 7 months I didn't have any. Is that right? Approximately. Oh, no, it's not right. Because I found a bottle of vodka by the bin at that Christmas. So I had 3/4 of a litre of vodka over 2 weeks over Christmas and New Year. In the run up to Christmas and New Year. But that was the only ale I had. That was the only booze I had in, yeah, 5, 6, 7 months. I don't know. I didn't even have a cup of coffee for the first 3 months. Um, Ancha, like, is it fat or wide? Is that the one? Yeah, like a bit like anchovy, but not. I don't know. Alcohol or humor? Alcohol helps with humor. You can laugh at things that otherwise you wouldn't. Um, I've had some tough times. Don't get me wrong. I was saying the other day about how when I built my first shelter with an old tarpaulin that I got from next to a bin, that it split and dumped a lot of water on me. And this was in the middle of a lot of thunderstorms. And we just had a break in the weather. And an English couple, I literally thought that was me done. I thought that was me finished. I'd done the platform off the ground. I'd built a shelter around the bed. And then in the thunderstorms, the tarpaulin just split, dumped all the water in. And I thought that was the end. I thought I was finished. I thought I might go and take a long walk off a short cliff. But my angels arrived. A couple from up the road brought me a new tarpaulin right there and right then, just as I needed it. Yeah. What other tough times have I had? I've had the arrests and the trouble with the police. I don't know. I've certainly had a lot of stressful moments with the police. Like I said, they've arrested me 3 or 4 times, but I must have had 40 visits in total. And it's always stressful. As soon as they arrive and start asking questions, it's stressful. I've had all the times that the roof's blown off the tent. So I've had 2 tents before this, and they both had the roof split. One split end to end, and then blew open like a meter wide the entire length. And the last tent was like this. The roof was in 4 sections. I think this one's in 5. Um, and in one weekend, every section split except for one. And after it split and the wind got under it, it all just ripped apart and blew away. And then we've had splits down the tents, and we've had water coming in left, right, and centre. I've been flooded inside the tent, taking mattresses outside to dry them. So we've had some tough times. It's not just like, haha, we can laugh it all off. But you get by. You get by. You manage. You cope. You adapt. You sit here in a wet bed one night and you tell yourself the sun will be out in the morning. We'll wait until 10 or 11 o'clock for the ground to dry. We'll take the mattresses out, and by 5 o'clock at night, it will all be dry again. So, yeah. Amsterdam, a lot of small streets. Don't you have a lot of canals as well? Or are they canals or rivers? Lots of bicycles. Oh yeah, there we go. Thomas mentioned canals there. Look, David had a friend working in Oxford who ended up getting offered jobs, supermarket cashier type jobs. Wow, that's no good. George Carling has a hilarious joke about the roof flying off, but it was a plane. What the heck? get by with a little help from my friends. I've relied heavily on help from people. Basically, I'm a charity case. And I accepted that early on, which was difficult because I've never been dependent on other people. But once I accepted that I was in a position where basically I was going to die if I didn't get help. And in my first 2 or 3 months, folks, I went from being 100 kilograms to being 67 kilograms. I lost, when you see my shoulders now, let me sit up a little bit. I'm a fraction of my former self. It wasn't just fat that I lost a lot of muscle. I used to be a lot broader on the shoulders and on the chest. And I lost so much weight, and a lot of it, I might have put the weight back on, I'm not sure, but I haven't put the muscle back on. And now my life is very sedentary as well because Tina can't go anywhere and I can't leave her. I can't go anywhere without her. Yeah, no. Canals, nice for the tourists, yeah. What was the detective show? Van der Valk, back in the 70s. Was that Amsterdam? I think that was Amsterdam that was set in. I think, I could be wrong, but what was he called? Barry something or other, the actor. But Van der Valk with the famous theme tune. I'm not going to sing it, but I don't know whether that got shown in the rest of Europe. Don't show off, Mike. Safe for OnlyFans. Not with this body. No chance. Don't know. Let me finish this and see whether I can think of any more topics. If I can't, we're on 4 hours, aren't we? Just after 2 o'clock in the morning. I've got to think of some new topics, folks. Take the conversation somewhere. Oh, here's one. Sciencey. I read this sometime in the week. Scientists have come up with a new material, like a sponge, I guess, that draws moisture out of the air and then deposits it out without using any power. So like a dehumidifier, but not using any power. It's a combination of hydrophilic and hydrophobic materials. So something that likes water and attracts it, and something else that repels water. And they came up with it by accident. They were experimenting for something else, and it kept getting wet, like around it, like on the table or on the windowsill or whatever, around the item. And they thought it was just moisture in the air. They thought they were doing something wrong. And they had to investigate and find out, where's this water coming from? And what they did was they made, imagine like a sponge. It's not a sponge, but imagine like that. They made it thicker, but no bigger on top. And their thoughts were, if more material means more water, but without extra surface, then it's the material doing it. It's the thing they've made. If the moisture stays the same, then it's just something atmospheric that's happening with dew or whatever. And so they made this thing thicker, but no bigger surface area. And yeah, they got more water out. So now they're looking at whether they can make it bigger and expand it, and whether they can make it more efficient at depositing the water. Imagine a dehumidifier that doesn't need energy, doesn't need turning on. And the use is in like survival situations or in arid conditions like deserts. Um, Barry Van Dyke. Mm. Oh, I keep talking with friends about getting some kind of set of wheels, but I've no idea. I got a friend who said he might be able to knock something together, but I think it's too complicated. Um, and then you've got the fittings and everything, and usually when you see a dog with the wheels, it's because they've lost their legs. They don't have their legs anymore. Not sure how it works where the dog's still got legs and how and then how toileting works with wheels. I don't know. Yeah, it'd be great if you could get something like that. Um, and then of course there's the fact, how do you pay for it? That whole thing. Oh, that one still had its legs. Okay. Yeah, that would be good if you could get something like that. I just don't know. Oh, the other alternative is you see those ones, don't you? See people pushing their dog around in kind of a like a pushchair or a pram, like you would a child. You think that someone's walking. You think that grandma's coming past with a grandchild, and then you look in and it's a it's a yappy little dog. Um, oh, in England we have summers as well. Last year it was a Wednesday, I'm told. You're talking about how your summers run from this month to that month. In England, summer you can name the day. Oh, thank you, David. They're a good bunch. I like them all. They are a good bunch. If there's anybody else lurking out there, we are one like away from the record for the number of likes while live. Obviously, we've had videos get more likes later on, but I'm as far as I understand it, 23 is my record, the record for while we're live. So if there's anybody lurking who hasn't hit the button already, maybe consider it and come and join us in chat. There's 10 of you out there. I'm sure there's not 10 of us chatting here in chat, is there? Bloody little fly. Did I get it? I think I might have. I think I might have. Good as in not bad. Well, I meant everyone except you, Fama. You're seeing 23, are you? Okay, I'm seeing 22 still on the counter here. How many people are you seeing? I'm seeing 11 folks in the concurrent. Um, your request works. Oh, scratching my ear. That was a bit inelegant. How am I going to do this part? Oh, I tell you what, I'll switch back to coffee for a little while. I'll stick with coffee for now. I do have another can of beer here waiting, but cheers to you guys for being here this late in the day, especially over this side of the pond in Europe. It's still fairly early where Fama is. What's that say? 2. He's 6 behind me, so that's 8. 8:15 where you are, Fama, yeah? Mildly good. We try to be nice people, don't we? We try to be nice. I am at about the 4 hours mark. Is it 4 hours 15? I am going to need a little break for Call of Nature. Don't worry. Talk amongst yourselves. I will be back momentarily. I shall have to mute the microphone. Okay, folks, I'm back. Sorry about that. That was a bit inelegant, the way that I came back and tried to adjust my pillows. Is that good? Tina's just eating a little treat. Can we hear me? Is there anybody there still, or have you all abandoned me? Poos and peas are held. Not in this tent. It's been 4 hours, guys. Come on. Be fair. I bet most of you have been for a quick break in the 4 hours 20 minutes nearly that we've been on. Okay, I'm back. I'm caught up. Thomas used to watch YouTube without an account for many years. I was always against signing in with these things, yeah. What have I had so far? I've only had one can, haven't I? I've had one can of beer and one cup of coffee. It's far more pretending that I haven't got the microphone back on. It's all good, folks. It's all good. All good fun. I gotta get that beard back. The beard was covering the double chin. Or goiter. It's almost a goiter, isn't it? That's no good. Can you hear the disco in the background? Maybe not. Topics, folks. What are we going to talk about now then? We can talk about how bad this app is and why chat doesn't stay visible. Farmer's just trolling me now. Double vision. I had a beard until a few hours ago. It was getting a little bit out of hand though. It was getting in the way of my drinking, by which I mean coffee. I still think it's stained. I think the coffee stained it, made it brown, or at least it made it be not white. Oh, wrong button. I just hit chat. Can we make requests on music to the disco? The thing is, there isn't an official disco. This will be somebody on holiday who's pulled the stereo system out of the holiday apartment onto their balcony at nearly 2:30 in the morning on a Sunday night. Oh, if I'm seeing 23 now, does that mean that we've got 24 thumbs really, or am I just catching up? I don't know how this works when the YouTube app starts misbehaving. I don't know. You okay there, babe? Hey, Tina's okay. You want to come here and say hello to the peoples? Come talk to the peoples. Let me just check where I am for power, because 47, that's okay. I can unplug that for a moment. Remind me to plug it back in. I can unplug that for a moment. I can press twice here. Oh, kinky feet again. And where's the light? There's the light. I still don't know what that button, hide live video. What would be the point in hiding the video? Hey, babe. Tina? You're not going to talk to me? You don't like the light, do you? Hey, babe. Hey. Oh, I didn't have the camera pointing in the right direction. She was giving me a nice cuddle for a split second. Hey, babe. Oh. Hey, babe. There she is. I have to put the camera on her sometimes. She is the star of the show after all. And the power's back on. Topics, folks, topics. What else has happened in the world this week that's not too controversial? What do we talk about? Tina is beautiful, this is true. I got my mind set on you. Was it just George Harrison or was it the Travelling Wilburys? Not sure. Should be dancing. 23 should be correct. Oh wow. We got Saturday Night Fever and Staying Alive being recommended as requests for the music. Yeah, Bee Gees. Okay, yeah. David has a friend with a dog that looks similar. There's quite a few look like this, and what's this thing that you do? Isn't there a superstition about them being devil dogs? The white chest goes down, and then the white goes out, and it's like an upside down cross to some people. And so there was some kind of super. This might be local, I don't know. But yeah, a black dog with a white chest, but where the white chest looks like an upside down cross. Somebody told me once that it was like a sign of a devil dog. I don't know. I'm not exactly. superstitious or particularly religious. So I veer more towards the science in general. She thinks that we're all becoming night owls or night animals. Yeah, maybe. All this staying up late. Having said that, my sleep pattern recently has been off. I've been falling asleep early in the evening most days. I said in the live stream earlier that the proper TrampCast that I've missed a lot of Scruff Dogs Saturday night and Wednesday night shows because I keep falling asleep. The Gap Band. Do I know them? The Gap Band. Do you ring any bells? Uh-oh, I've started yawning. Back on the coffee, see if it'll wake me up a little bit. Sorry, I'm waving. If I'm not waving my hand in front of the camera, I'm waving the coffee in front of it. Bad. Bad, bad, bad. Not aware of them, Fama. Not aware of them. I think someone asked the other day about musical tastes, and I don't know how to classify mine, other than to just say eclectic. Una mezcla. But I'm not great at naming bands or naming lead singers or remembering song titles. I'm probably worse at that than I am at remembering names and faces. Tricky. But I like everything from opera through, I guess, some jazz. Not the stuff that's too random. But the more melodious, that's maybe not even the right word. The stuff that actually flows and sounds like it's got a tune. Which also, I guess, country and western, rock and roll, 50s and 60s rock and roll, and through and into pop and beyond. But I'm not like huge on specific genres or on specific bands. I just like what I like. Struggle to listen to whole albums. I find albums a bit too much of a mixed bag. You've usually got the 4 or 5 songs that you really like, and the other 3, 4, 5 that are just noise on the. They're filler on the album. And yet, people who are really into music will tell you that you have to listen to an album in the right order because the artists have created this experience. And that might be true with something like Jean-Michel Jarre, maybe with Tubular Bells and stuff like that. But most albums are just 10 random songs thrown together. I don't hear a theme or an experience flowing through the album. For most things, that's just bull as far as I can hear. 60s rock was cool. Yeah, I think so. Oh, is Josie leaving? Oh, night, Josie. Yeah, it's Sunday night, not Saturday night. Yeah. You lost a day this weekend. Catch you next time. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the offer of the laptop. That's tremendous. And thank you for the money the other day as well. The PayPal. Saucer full of secrets. I've never heard of what saucer full of secrets. I'm going to have to scroll back and see if there's context with Thomas. Maybe he was mentioning a specific. Okay, Pink Floyd. Never heard of it. See what I mean? I'm not a know-it-all when it comes to even the famous albums and famous bands. Oh, something bit me. Can you guys hear the people talking? You know, I said the other day about when people are on the phone up on the main road, and it's at least 150 meters away. It might be 200, but if I was asking if there's anybody here, only me. What's that phrase? There's nobody here but us galley chickens, basically. I'm going to go with galliforms. Someone can look. If Jack Attack was here still, he could look up the word galliform. I think double L, and I think you will find that it means chicken, or that it's a branch of birds that includes chicken. All I hear is yes, 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 Pink Floyd lyrics. They're in your head, Fama. They're in your head. Okay, I'm listening to people up on the main road, and they're forever away. I've got people talking that way. Or they might even be at the German bar. When that stays open late, they do get a bit loud sometimes. I've got people talking that way, and I've got music on a balcony, maybe 300 meters that way. They're further away. Such is life. Such is life. It's not like I can complain, is it? Who's going to listen to the guy in the tent? People from the main road. Mm-hmm. Okay, folks, topics. We need topics, otherwise we're going to have to wind up soon. Hello, is there anybody there? Is Pink Floyd lyrics? Okay, I'll believe you. I wouldn't know. I only know Pink Floyd. All in all, you know, just another brick in the wall. Was that them? That might not even be them. That was probably that other bloke. Hit me with your rhythm stick. What was he called? Yes, well, it was them. Moonhawk. Is that your first comment in a while? Did you disappear on us? Or did I just not see you? I think that's your first comment in a while. Were you lurking, or were you just away from keyboard, or away altogether? Another brick in the wall was Pink Floyd. Okay. I got something right for once then. I told you I'm not good at this. If I was to say like the stuff that I do know best, it is probably your Buddy Hollies and Elvis Presleys and Roy Orbisons and Gene Pitney. There was one. Yeah. Marty Robbins we discussed the other day as well, didn't we? Away from keypad or keyboard. Dark Side of the Moon. That's one of those albums that I hear the name of, and I'm not sure if I've ever actually listened to it, or if I have listened to it and I just don't remember it. I don't know. It's like some albums are kind of iconic in that you know the name even if you can't remember the music. Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield. I remember if I heard it playing, I'd be able to say, "Oh yeah, that's that." But if I'm trying to remember it now, I don't really. I can't really. I was going to say picture the tune, picture the music. That's not the right phrase. I can't hear the sound of it. But if someone played like the more iconic notes out of it, I'd have a clue. But I just don't think that I work that way when it comes to some of these albums. Jean-Michel Jarre and Oxygen and Rendezvous and those, yeah. But again, his albums, the catchy riff that gets everybody, they're brilliant. But the whole album as a whole, they can be a bit long and boring in places. Is that just me? Um, Jean-Michel Jarre was brilliant, but he did drag some of them out a bit. I thought, but that might just be me being an uneducated bumpkin from from Barnsley. A trad banjo wrangler. There you go. Speak English. The fuck? He plays a mean banjo. Clifton Hicks. Not aware of the phenomena. You see, tomorrow I'll come back through this, or in the next few days, I'll come back through this and make some notes, and I'll have some new things to go off and learn about. Thomas has just let the algorithm select his music for him from the looks of things. Oh, sorry, David, I didn't see that. Do you like the Doors? Do I know any? I'm sure that I remember. It's another one of those where I would know a couple if I heard. I'd know a couple of their songs if I heard them, but can't claim to be an expert on it. Wasn't he? Was it Jim Morrison? Jim Morrison? Morrison? I've got a picture in my mind of somebody or something, but I'm not sure that I'm making the right connections. Well, where am I? I've got to go back to the bottom now. Okay, I've missed. Okay, here we go. Lady in Red. Lady in Red, Chris de Burgh. That's not where you're going, is it, Fama? You're not throwing Chris de Burgh at me as being good music. Whoa. A room full of CDs that never get put on. Nobody puts CDs on anymore. It's all digital, isn't it? I've got quite an extensive music collection on here. I just can't remember what. 4 or 5 albums by Shania Twain. I downloaded the entire discography of some chap called Beethoven once upon a time. What else have I got on here? I don't know, and I can't go and look, which is really annoying. Unless that's what that button does that's labelled hide live video. Do you think that allows me to go off and look at other things but keep the stream going? Or do you think it will just end the stream as soon as I click the wrong thing? I've got no idea. There are buttons appearing here that I've got no clue. Even when they've got words next to them. Retouch. How do you retouch a live video? What's that even going to do? Create highlight. Hide live video. I'm broadcasting a live video. Why would I hide it? I don't know. I don't understand. When they just put new features there with and there's no... I need a tutorial or an explanation. Let me go. Let's go back here. The Love Boat. Okay. The Love. Yeah, I remember. I used to watch it when I was about 13, maybe. It always had that slightly romantic feel to it, and there was the young lady with the blonde hair. She was quite perky, if you know what I mean. I don't do I do music on YouTube? No. And they keep trying to upsell me to like pro version or whatever it's called, and also the separate music app. I got no real... The one thing that YouTube needs is the ability to carry on playing the video when you switch to another app. And they've deliberately disabled that in the normal version, unless you're paying for the pro. The Doors was Jim Morrison. Okay, yeah. That's him then. Give me the name of a song though, because I can't think of... There's the one with the... I've got the picture of like a doors flying open and I've got half a tune or a drum rhythm or something going on in my head. Can't make the connections though, guys. Sometimes I'm just like that. Christopher, that song. Why are you saying Val Kilmer? What's that about? Oh, he played him, didn't he? Val Kilmer did a biopic, I guess is a better pronunciation. Yeah, I see where you went there from. I got you. The sports car. Fantasy Island. The plane! Okay, okay, you've already written it. Okay. The November Man. Hello, hello. Oh, waving my fingers in... No. It's... You know when you touch the screen and when you're in a video and it puts a circle, it's not where I'm touching. It's not lined up properly. So I touch stuff and it's elsewhere. That's weird. That's weird. Why is it doing that then, do you think? And why? How far behind am I? I'm not. Okay. Now Thomas says my only friend and I don't know what that means. Okay. I almost blocked you. Are we naming are these song titles? My only friend, this is the end. Break on through the other side. Got no idea. No. Why? Hold on. Okay, I can click you and stuff happens. And that there. Have you plugged it back in? I did indeed. Let me just check power levels. I'm on 56% on the phone, so that's okay. We're not going to run out anytime soon. I'm just wondering why the click works in some places and not others, because that's quite annoying. It's even, the circle it puts is misaligned. If I click on the very bottom entry in chat, there are options. Click anywhere else. Okay, no, that works on Farmer. And that doesn't. Oh, and that does. Well, that's interesting. I don't know, technology, folks. It's great until it's not. No, I was just talking about touching the screen, clicking the screen. Behind. Yeah, I've got no idea. You guys are talking gibberish at me. Lyrics and song titles and things that I know not. I know not of what you speak. No idea, guys. No idea. 24 thumbs up. It's a record as far as I know. As far as I know. 24 while live. 24 thumbs ups. Likes, I guess is a better term. This much coffee left, and then I'll be able to open the second can of beer. But only if we've got topics to talk about. Looks like Thomas is heading off out. Phone works okay for you as long as you behave. You're on the same phone that you were on the other day when the typing went to spaghetti. Hey babe, where are you going? Hey, can I help? No, you just. I was going to help you stand up if you needed it. Oh, you're putting your head down where my feet go. Why? You gonna lick my feet again? No, that was weird. That was weird. You my girl. Go back, Seepies. Go back to sleep. Go, Seepies. She's decided to wake up, try and stand up, shuffle about, and now she's trying to put herself where my feet live. Cheers, Mike Clank, says Farmer. Is David saying goodnight to Thomas? You're not headed off as well, David, no? We're running out of people in chat, folks. If you're lurking, come and say hello. Jack Attack, if you're still out there. November Man, you still here? Tell us about yourself. Have I seen you before? I don't think I remember the name. Unless you've changed names or something, as people do. Who was the guy the other day, folks? The guy, do you remember Walking with Birds a couple of days ago? Walking with Birds. He's now changed to Walking with Daleks. He changed his use. I watched the stream back, and I'm in the stream. I'm talking to Walking with Birds, but in chat, he's not called that anymore. David should be sleeping, but doesn't know. I'm good to fall asleep to. A lot of people have told me they like me to put them to sleep with my boring voice, I guess. Why November Man must be I was going to say Scout, so that's not right, is it? Geordie. November Man. It's an interesting name, interesting handle. Second coffee is complete. You know what that? Oh, hold on. I need to keep that because, sorry folks, I'm cramping the camera. I need to keep the cup because the light was on the can of beer that I am now going to be opening. If we've got conversations to go at and topics to go at. If not, we might think about finishing off on the 5-hour mark in 10 minutes' time. 3 o'clock, that would be my time here in the Central European time zone. Too much drama elsewhere. Well, that's interesting. Tell us more. What is this drama of which you speak? Have I got topics to go at? I did have. What other tech topic did I have? I had a quick look at Linus Tech Tips before, and there was something, and now there's not. Oh. It's in here somewhere, folks. It's in here somewhere. If you're lucky, something will bubble up to the surface and we'll have a topic to speak about. If you're really lucky, it'll be a topic that I can speak about and then go off on tangents. If you're unlucky, I won't be able to think of anything. And we'll be reliant on the November man here to bring topics to the fore. Young ladies call me the November man because of the way I blow through town. Everything dies. Song lyric? Or not? Otherwise I'm lost. We are indeed in Central European summertime, but yeah. That's correct. As of the end of March, was it? Central European summertime. Personally, I think that the time should change, but the name of the zone shouldn't, but that's just me. Then you've got all the people that don't want, you would talk of Israel, but people get blocked for that by YouTube. It depends. I'm happy to touch on politics, but some of these things are so divisive that it gets rancorous fairly quickly and degenerates into name calling and things. They do block comments on some topics. Yeah, I've noticed that there's a guy I watch called, what is he called? History. Oh, he's called Simon Webb. His real name's Simon Webb with a double B. Simon Webb. It's not rewriting history. Can't remember. God, isn't that annoying? I watch him most days. He only does like little 3-minute or 5-minute videos. But he makes a point. It's a point of principle for him that he does not delete comments unless they cross a line into illegality, threats and things. But as a general rule, he doesn't block or delete comments. And he's always got people on there saying, "Why did you delete my comment? Where's my comment gone?" Yeah, it probably is pretty desperate in Gaza right now. This is true. This is true. War is hell. That's why it's best not to start them. Hot take. Wars are always hell. That's what tends to happen. Is wars happen and they keep going until both sides have had enough. Usually. And yeah, slaughter, death, destruction. It is hell. Yeah, countries are turning on Israel and saying, look, you're taking it too far. That's true. That's true. Withdrawing support and certain trade deals that were going to happen are on hold. Talks on hold. Yeah, yeah. It's a tricky topic. It's tricky because it's not something we have much control over anyway. We don't have any. If I'm really really against it, there's nothing. What can you do? It's And so then you've got the question of if you're powerless to do anything about it, how much of your time and your thoughts and your mental and emotional energy do you want to give to something that you can't change? And here's a hot take. They've been at it for 2,000 fucking years. What makes you think it's going to change now? It's that area of the world's been a tinderbox forever. I mean, it wasn't obviously Muslim. Islam is only what 700 years old, 700. But that area's always had. I was going to say infighting. I guess you can say that. Technically, they're all Arabs until they drew a distinction between this group of Arabs and that group of Arabs. But whether the distinction's a real distinction or not, well, I guess all distinctions are man-made to some degree. But I don't know. It's difficult to decide how much emotional energy to put into something you can't change. What's the prayer people in Alcoholics Anonymous use it? God give me the grace to. It's like to do with recognizing those things that you can change and letting go of those things that you can't. Death and yeah, war zones. Wherever you've got a war zone, it's death and destruction. And people that are at the center of it will become kind of hardline. You you other the enemy, don't you? Like in the Second World War, the Germans became the Hun. They were the and you dehumanize the enemy in your own mind. Um, that's part of the process. And then after it's over, you've got the healing to do, and you have to undo that othering. So after the Second World War, we had to recognize Germany and Germans as being humans again, and there's a process, and there's maybe a generation that don't accept it. If you've lost, there's a British comedian, Stan, I want to say Boardman, but I don't know if that's right. He always joked about he hates them Germans because they killed his nan and they bombed the chip shop down the bottom of the road. I hate them Germans, he would say. You got a whole generation or two of carryover even after a war's over. Um, you think that Ukraine will be over by? You think that what? That because Trump's kind of turned his back on them, pulled the rug from under them. You think that they're finished? Is that where you're going with that? Possibly. It's possible. The world's at a funny point at the moment with all of these touch points all kicking off at the same time. Wars in all the regions. What's the score at the moment? I haven't seen any news recently. India, Pakistan. Has that calmed down? Or is that still raging? Um, Trump will walk this week. Walk from what? What am I missing? Are there peace negotiations or something? Are you talking about? He'll turn his back on them and walk away. But yeah, there are all these. If you'd have asked like 10 years ago, what are the hotspots in the world that could kick off World War III? And you would say, oh well, there's Russia and some of the countries surrounding it. There's the whole Israel and all of the places surrounding it. The whole India-Pakistan thing. Then you would look at China and whatever else is going on in like whatever those South Sea territories or whatever are called that they want, and the other places that they want. Is it Taiwan? And then you've got the China Hong Kong thing with protesters and resistance kind of thing. If you list all of those things, if you'd listed those 10 years ago, you'd think, okay, any one of those could kick off like a world war. And they're all going off at the same time. They're all happening at once, which is kind of incredible, really. I mean, you could kind of predict that there'd be one or two going on. Israel's always fighting with somebody, or seems to be. There are always either missiles landing in Israel or Israel sending missiles and planes at places. Yeah, the world's in a very precarious position. But as I said before, what can an individual do? To what extent do we have any sway, any power over it? And I'm not sure in the modern world, I'm not sure that we do. And often, I'm not sure how you would pick your side to protest for or against. I've got no connection to Israel or Gaza. Overall, it's kind of, hey, you'd want the fighting to stop, but I can't pick a side. I've got no, that there's wrong on both sides, and I don't know. I haven't got a dog in the fight, as they say. I don't know. I don't know what you can do about it. I don't know. Terrible things done on both sides, but that's war. That's what happens. I can kind of stand back from it, look at it, and just say, yeah, that's what a war is. You don't think America will attack Iran? But but you've got the stuff by proxy, haven't you? Who or what is a Houthi? I'm not fully up on that, but you've got American warships patrolling certain bits of water, and the Houthis are backed by Iran, supposedly, so we're told. And so you get a war by proxy. America attacks the Houthis, who are, by extension, an arm of Iran or funded by or armed by. I don't fully. But it's a lot like in the Cold War era when you had Russia versus Afghanistan. So America backs Afghanistan or certain factions that were within Afghanistan. And then later on, America's fighting against invading Afghanistan. It's kind of circular and cyclical, but wars by proxy. The real danger comes if Putin decides to invade another country. If he invades a NATO country, then we're all honor bound to put boots on the ground and go in. I mean, that's what NATO is. You attack one, you attack all, and the rest have to stand up. It's I'm not sure that Russia is the force that it thinks it is. When you look at how Ukraine have managed to hold them off to the extent they have, If a month before the war started, I'd have told you that Russia was going to invade Ukraine, and how long's it been now? 3 years, 3.5 years, however long it's been. If I told you that Ukraine would have held them off for that long, you wouldn't have believed it. You would have never suspected, even with backing from other countries, you would have never believed me if I told you that Ukraine wouldn't have folded within a week. You would. So I'm not sure that I'm not sure Russia's quite the force it portrays itself as being. Don't know. Well, it's not NATO wanting to get into it, but it's that if Russia does invade a NATO country, the treaties. I mean, that's what NATO is. It's a defense organization where everybody stands up for everybody else. If there's ever an invasion, it's not. I don't think it's that any country wants to get into it, but they'd be honor bound to do it by international treaty and everything. If they don't, then NATO folds. NATO ends. What's the point of NATO if they don't put boots on the ground and stand up for each other? Russia don't care. Putin might not. I think the rest of Russia do. Here in Spain, in Torrevieja, we've got a lot of Russians and a lot of Ukrainians. The Ukrainians have fled, obviously, but the Russians have left Russia because they don't want to be called up. They don't want to have to serve. They've left the country because either they disagree with the war, or at least they don't want to be they don't want themselves or their children put on the front lines. Yeah, tricky, but world events will unfold as world events do. As they say, what will be, what will be, will be. Or as they say in Spain, que sera, sera. Or is that just Doris Day? If David's still here, he'll tell us. That might just be Doris Day. I don't know. I don't think we're going to solve the world's war problems tonight. Oh, I don't know. I don't know much about the sanctions. I'm a tramp living in a field. I'm not fully up on all of the in-depth details. Europe has bought more oil and gas than they invested in weapons for Ukraine. Well, Europe, I'm not going to say cut ties, because Russian gas, most countries either stopped or massively reduced their dependence on Russia for that, didn't they? They do not have the capacity to front it. Who? Europe or NATO? I don't know. But like I said, I don't think we're gonna. You know the reference. Okay, Sarah, Sarah. Da, 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 da. The future's not ours. You see, it's relevant. The future's not ours to see. What will be, will be. That great philosopher Doris Day, she had the answers all along. I don't know, November Man. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, and like I said, I don't think we can solve it. We're not going to fix the world over a beer tonight. It's that thing. I'm trying to remember the name of the prayer. God, give me the grace to recognize the things I can change and the things that I can't. Something like that. It's longer than that. I'm skipping bits. I'm missing it because I don't know it. Because I'm not a member of Alcoholics Anonymous yet. Farmer's still here. Yeah, que sera, sera. From the great philosopher Doris Day, who just died a couple of years ago. Aged probably 90 something or other. David has a NATO base in his city, hopes it doesn't get ugly. I think we all hope it doesn't get ugly. I mean, Putin keeps threatening to nuke Britain. So yeah, you know, there's a threat. That's right. More wise words from the great philosopher Queen Doris Day. We got any other topics, folks? This has gone a bit maudlin, a bit grim. Somebody give me a tech story or a science story to run with. I'm sure when I was watching Linus Tech Tips earlier, there was something. Oh, it was the okay. Yeah, no, we've already done it. It was the VO, is it called? The AI video generator. Yeah, we've already done that one. I've got no idea what Orishnik would mean. Okay, folks, if we haven't got any other topics, we're going to call it to a close. I don't know. On the 5.5 hour mark, maybe? Just over a quarter of an hour. See whether we can find some topics to go with. Lost me, Fama. Zero pop is better for you. Study from University of Toronto. I'm lost. Not for the first time. Happens often enough. I don't know, folks. Topics. Somebody come up with a topic. Or we'll have to pick something at random. I was going to go off and look up some American kids' TV. I think we were talking about the other day. And somebody, who was here mentioning Canadian kids' TV? Was it you, Fama? Because you're up at the northern end of things, aren't you? Ooh, stomach griping away. Diet pop. Oh, is it bad for you? It's probably bad for you, is it? Oh, they're saying it's good for you. I'm not convinced. Isn't there a link between some of these sugar-free pops, these sweeteners, and diabetes? So it turns out that you've got taste buds. Taste buds aren't just on your tongue and in your mouth. For example, they found taste buds in your lungs, and they're in your not in your bloodstream, but they're in the blood system. It's part of how your body detects sugar levels and ramps up the insulin response. And I thought that they'd said when you drink something with a sweetener that's not actual sugar, these taste buds that are detecting in the blood, that are monitoring the blood flow, they taste the sweetness, they sense the sweetness, ramp up insulin production in readiness for the glucose that they're expecting. And then when you don't actually give them the sugar, the insulin sits there doing nothing in the system. And doing that over years is what do they call it? Where glucose, where your body, the insulin response doesn't work anymore. Insulin resistance. And it's all down to these taste buds throughout your body. Like literal, like the taste buds on your tongue, but they're elsewhere in the body. So the last I heard, the evidence seemed to be that diet sodas and anything else with diet sodas and anything else with sweetness was probably contributing to type 2 diabetes. Did you hear about the assassination in Madrid last week? Was this a lady? It was a lady, and it's something to do with Ukraine, and it's somebody thought it should have created some sort of outcry in Ukraine, and it hasn't done. And I don't know the details. I saw one headline, didn't read the story. So no, I haven't. Look up study from University of Toronto. I'll have a look at that when I watch this back again, either tomorrow or some other day this week, Fama. I will make notes and I will go off and investigate such things. My emails are available, David, in every video, including this one, in the description. About halfway down, there's a box with all my contacts, including the PayPal link that's also at the top there. But don't feel you have to go and create a PayPal account just to send me some pennies. That's not necessary. Yeah, well, I'm open for communication. If you contact me by email, and then we can follow up with like Messenger or WhatsApp or just with email, whatever you prefer. I'm open for contact, my friend. I was gonna say my DMs are open, but on Twitter they're not open. Have to be a, but all the details, it's in the description about halfway down. Mark Carney, Canadian Prime Minister, ex-head of the Bank of England. Yeah, that surprised me. I didn't even know he was Canadian. I remember him being the head of the Bank of England and his signature being on the notes, but I had no idea. Okay, Farmer saying that real sugar in the pop is worse than the diet sodas. Okay, maybe. Oh, you're claiming some kind of what do they call them? Is it a black flag operation? Where one side kills someone of their own to make the other side look bad. I think it's called black flag. I found that fascinating that taste buds aren't just on your tongue. And they only discovered this recently, that they're elsewhere. I think the first other place they found them was in the lungs. And you got to wonder what that's about. Although, don't they say that half of taste is smell? Taste and smell are related. Because if you pinch your nose while you like suck a mint or something, it doesn't taste minty anymore. It's as much about the olfactory as it is about the taste. There's some link. So maybe I don't know why that would put them in the lungs. But they're definitely in the bloodstream. Well, not in the bloodstream. They're not moving around in the blood, but they're in either the arterial or the venous system, however you want to pronounce it. But yeah, I shall have a look at that when I've made my notes. Okay, folks, I think we're running out of topics. I don't want to be boring the surprisingly 10 people that are still here. But if we don't get some topics to move with, I am going to draw it to a conclusion. I mean, it's 20 past 3 or thereabouts. 5 hours, 5.5 hours almost. It's not too bad. But I don't want to drone on for too long with nothing to go at. And I'm out of new topics. So unless somebody new joins us in chat or comes up with some new, my preference would be science or tech related topics. Politics is tricky. Your insulin rises when you think of food. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Hold on, we don't have to go straight away. Insulin rises when you just think of food. I know it. So here's one. It rises in the morning, as you wake up, and that's before you've eaten. But also your liver. I was going to say excretes. That might not be the right word. Your liver pumps out some proteins and some carbs as you wake up as well to give your body something to work on. I don't know. I never heard that before, that the insulin rises just from thinking about food. This music's going to be annoying when I'm trying to sleep. Still, such is life. Such is life. Let's have a look. Your body prepares for food. Yeah, because you're fasting while you sleep, which is why breakfast is called breakfast, isn't it? Break fast. You break your fast when you have breakfast. Where do we go when we sleep? Oh, there's one. Where do you go? How was that? What's that song? Where do you go to, my lovely, when you're alone in your... I shouldn't sing because I can't. Your body prepares for food. Where do we go when we sleep? Yeah, I think therefore I am. And if I'm not thinking, does that mean I'm not? But then again, are you thinking when you dream and stuff? How much of the time are you thinking when you're dreaming? Do you dream the dream, or does the dream dream you? That was a philosopher question once upon a time. A lot of that stuff, a lot of that philosophy stuff loses me. Gets a bit esoteric. Yeah, I don't know, folks. I don't know. You were going to make a parent joke. You were going to... was it a breastfeeding joke, Fama? I've got a feeling that you were going for breastfeeding, but I don't know why I've got that feeling. I just know you too well. We're in a simulation. I think there's a good possibility that we are. I really do. But if it's a really good simulation, would we ever be able to prove that we're in it? There's a thought. But yeah, I think I've mentioned in the past, some of the latest physics, it talks about a thing called brain theory. Not brain as in this, but brain as in membrane. Two membranes touching supposedly sparked the universe into being and created the Big Bang. But if you know anything about switches, the idea of two things touching and power flowing and something springing to life, just sounds like a switch to me. Someone turned the computer on. And here we are. Don't know. How would you ever prove it? It was a mom joke. Hold on. Look up microtubules about consciousness. But what is consciousness? And how did it come about? Now, there's a word I've got no idea what that means. Divulgative. Discussion, maybe? I don't know. Divulge, divulgative. Announcement, maybe? I don't know. It's a new word for me. The only question is it an English word? Fam has lost me. Like, where do you go where do we go? No, where do we go when dream your mum's home? Lost me. Microtubules. See, I've got, when I come back through this and make notes, I'm going to have a whole load of topics to go off and research, particularly the conspiracy theory stuff from earlier. See if I can put my face actually in the middle of the screen rather than off the bottom. Somewhere there, what do you think? See, guys, I just opened a can of beer 10 minutes ago, and that's all right, David, don't worry. Your English is better than my Spanish. Let's put it that way. Para mí, español no es fácil. Es muy difícil. And that's about my limit. A couple of rehearsed phrases. And yet I can read a book in Spanish. Educational, okay. Okay, educational channels. I like a few. I like to learn things. I watch a few educational things. It's where I met most of these blokes that have been here through the night. Electrical channels like Big Clive, and I guess Scruff Dog you would say was more mechanical. Fixing forklift trucks, but it's technical. They're all technical one way or another. I like learning about words. So channels like Rob Words. Here's a good topic. What channels do we watch? List some, like your top half a dozen YouTube channels that are educational or informative. So there's a bloke called 42, like the number, 42, whatever you would say, but actually more 32. 32. He covers quite a lot of interesting and obscure facts. There's a channel called Rob Words about the use of language and how words change over time. Quite good pronunciation, don't kid me. I've got 2 or 3 well-rehearsed phrases, which they're probably not even perfect, but that I've developed over time to help me in certain situations. But like I said, it's funny because I can read a book written in Spanish. I've read stories, fiction, and I don't know every word. I'll read a paragraph and I've got 80% of the words. The rest I can either guess from the stem of the word or just from context. Occasionally you don't know a word, and not knowing it reverses the meaning of the sentence, and so I'll have an entirely wrong idea about what just happened, but I'll figure it out later by something else that is written later. My problem is that while I can read the Spanish, I can't hear it. I can't hear it. Especially the old men. Deep, gravelly voices. There are some ladies, some women, who speak crisp and clear and slowly enough I can understand almost every word they say. The trouble is when you're in a situation where you have to be able to understand them, like dealing with the police. They make no attempt to accommodate you. They don't slow down, speak slowly, use smaller words. Okay, Fama. Catch you next time, my friend. I don't think we're going to be going too much longer. I was going to end at past, look, and I've carried on. We probably call it quits here, folks, actually, if that's okay with everybody. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It's been good. We'll pick this conversation up another time. Next time we do one of these hangouts, have a prepared list of YouTube channels that you like and that you educational ones where you learn, your favorite channels. The November man's subbed, so he'll be around. That's good. I'm assuming man because it says man in the title. I'm assuming you're male. You don't always know, but yeah, we'll pick up with useful educational YouTube channels, folks. We'll try and have a chat around that topic and maybe a couple of others if I can prepare a little bit better and bring a few topics with me. Let's finish in the tradition of the channel, even though she's not going to be looking at us. But let's try and do this. Catch you later, folks. If you haven't hit the thumbs up already, if you could hit it on the way out, that'd be useful. See if we can break the records properly. But for now, folks, 2 clicks. For now, from Tina. Oops, sorry, babe, didn't mean to wake you. Just saying bye-bye to the peoples. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike.